Good morning! How's everyone feeling today? Good morning, good morning. Let me pull up my chat. I forgot how to pull up my chat. Sorry, I'm using a new chat. Let's see. Here it is. Got my chat. Hello, hello everyone. How are you this morning? Thank you, Toastlet, for the 9-month subscription. That is so sweet. I'm okay. How are you holding up with the fire and brimstone? Currently, it is not advised to go outside because the air quality is quite bad, and you probably can even hear it in my throat a little bit. Because my throat's sore just from the bad air quality. Yeah, I am in Cali, correct. And about the situation in California, if my internet dips today, it's because we have super high winds. But my area is safe. I'm not going to have to evacuate anytime soon, so we don't have to worry about that. But yeah, let's see. Let me just pull up all my materials. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to make my VODs more watchable, so I'm trying to not waste too much time at the beginning of stream. Yeah. Let's see. Maybe a humidifier helps. You know, my boyfriend told me to put a humidifier on last night and I was too lazy, and now my throat's like this, so maybe I should just listen to my boyfriend. Speaking of my boyfriend, he is going to be on my stream soon. Tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow at 7:30 PST. We're gonna be playing Ace Attorney together. But the catch is we're going to be playing it in Mandarin Chinese, and then we will direct translate the Mandarin dialogue to you guys in English. So that's gonna be fun. I'm gonna learn a lot of lawyer terms in Mandarin because I don't know them. Go do it or you will not be able to echolocation. That is true. I will put a humidifier on after stream though. I don't think I need to do it right now. Alright. So let's start. Let's go over to gaming. Game. Alright. Okay. Can I make the right Firefox window appear? Let's see. That is the correct window, yes. Let's see. There we go. But it's in the wrong aspect. Oh, you know what I can do? I can just make it big. Then it'll be in the right aspect. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, today we're gonna do something a little different for Yammer Time Episode 1. I'm gonna actually be playing YouTube videos on my stream. Now, the way I am going to try and make this respectful is, number one, I'm going to put the link to the YouTube video in the description, but also in chat whenever I play them. And then I'm going to try and stick to clips as much as I can. There are a few videos today that we're gonna watch the full thing just because it's a whole history lesson. But I'm gonna try and pause often and give my own commentary, so it doesn't just turn into like a bad reaction stream. Yeah. Hopefully YouTube won't crash repeatedly and or show your location this time. Yeah, I mean, that's the Yam scuff. You guys are accustomed to it. Okay, so today's topic on Yammer Time is multi-channel networks. Now, as a 2000s baby, and someone who didn't really come on the internet until around like 2019 is the first time I started like actually putting myself out there on the internet. I was not familiar with multi-channel networks. And that might make some of you feel old if you've been on YouTube for longer than I have. But yeah, truly it's it's interesting because I feel like we are seeing history repeat itself with VTuber agencies. I see a lot of parallels between multi-channel networks and VTuber agencies in 2024. We are now in 2025, but we're gonna mostly be talking about what happened to VTuber agencies in 2024. So for those of you who do not know what a multi-channel network is, it is a company that affiliates themselves with multiple YouTuber channels to offer support. They often talk about sponsors, cross-promotion opportunities. They typically have a revenue split. They offer merchandising, copyright management, and like legal teams. But the main things they are trying to promote is audience growth. They basically have you give up a percentage of your revenue to grow your channel. And so they'll take a little bit of control of your channel to they'll probably take control and a cut of your revenue, and they'll say it's to grow your channel. And that is kind of the goal of MCN. Yes, Machinima. Machinima is the most famous MCN. It did close in 2019, and we are going to watch Sunny V2's video on Machinima. So you guys can have like the full picture. My brain read PMC. So, in my research, there were some successful MCNs. Definitely were back in the day. MCNs that did actually help people grow. If you think of big YouTubers that had their start in MCN, Jake Paul, if you've ever heard of him. And then the Normal Boots boys. Their MCN was pretty good. It wasn't perfect. But if you don't know who Normal Boots is, JonTron, Peanut Butter Gamer, and a few others. Let's see the full roster. Yeah, Normal Boots. All these nerdy guys. Their MCN worked out for most of them and wasn't a problem. But yeah, I remember they used to be super predatory. A lot of them were scams. Yes, a lot of them were scams. Yeah, JonTron. Man, this makes me nostalgic. This was like my first like group of YouTubers that I ever came across. But yeah, so that's what an MCN is. And now that we're kind of up to speed on what it is, I'd like to have a little bit of a history lesson. The majority were scams, yeah. I agree from my research. So let's go to the first video. Gonna cut the music. Okay. You can see the title and the channel. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, so the first one we are going to watch is the story of Machinima. Scams? They scammed people? Yeah, some multi-channel networks scammed people. We are going to actually talk about a few of the scams, actually. This first one, Machinima, is the most famous example of YouTubers being dissatisfied with their multi-channel network. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna let's see. Firefox? So sorry if FPS makes you dizzy. Like it does to me, so I'm not watching the screen right now. Oh gosh.
If you were watching a Modern Warfare 2 video back in 2010 and you saw this intro pop up at the start, you knew you were about to witness an absolute banger of a video. But I have a question for you. Do you remember seeing this intro at all after maybe 2012, 2013, 2014? What happened to it? It was at one point the hallmark for the craziest video gameplays, supporting a lot of the greatest creators in YouTube history, such as CNanners, Hutch, Tabes, PewDiePie, G-Unit123. I'm sure a lot of you guys remember this video.
I did not know that PewDiePie started in an MCN until this. And also I wasn't on YouTube at this point. So sorry if this makes you feel old. I'm gonna skip ahead just cause who cares about this video right now. Yeah.
So how did it go completely defunct by 2019, along with every single video being deleted from the channel? Was it the terrible reputation that brought the channel undone?
Stay away from Machinima. They are...
Pyrocynical. Pyrocynical was also in Machinima. I like Pyrocynical.
absolute cancer. Now,
or the fact that they would prey on young, naive creators with long-term, unbreakable contracts.
My contract had ended, and I messaged Machinima. I didn't get a single response.
This video is going to...
Predatory contracts that young, naive creators sign. Does that remind you of anything, Bat Bunch?
explore the rise and fall of Machinima on YouTube, alongside the many scams that occurred in the process. So theoretically, buckle up fellas, let's get into it. Machinima was first created in January 2000 by Hugh Hancock in Los Angeles, California. However, for many of us, including myself, the early 2000s isn't really a relatable time period that we can all reminisce on. I'm more interested in the downfall of Machinima on YouTube. So let's ignore the early 2000s and fast forward to the notoriety between Machinima and YouTube, beginning in 2006. The Machinima YouTube channel began on the 16th of January 2006. In a strange kind of way, YouTube actually would have been a competitor for the original Machinima site, given that Machinima was actually somewhat of a video sharing service in the early 2000s.
So Machinima actually started as a YouTube competitor because they were both video sharing sites in the early 2000s, which is really interesting to me. I think it's hard for us to even think of a YouTube competitor now, but I sure hope one comes back someday, because that's why we are streaming on both YouTube and Twitch.
Machinima observed the strong growth of YouTube in the beginning and applied the old, if you can't beat them, join them. But Machinima was very smart about it. They didn't just join YouTube and start uploading their own videos. They actually set up a sub-business within YouTube called YouTube Networks. Back when the partner program was first introduced on YouTube, which was the original program where creators could earn money off their content, it was very difficult for content creators to monetize gaming content. YouTube was reluctant to monetize gaming content due to grey area copyright laws at the time, and they figured it was better to be safe than sorry, so no video games were monetized on the site.
That's nuts to me, that video games used to be something that people were afraid to copyright before it became like a mainstay on the platform. I didn't know that it was hard to copyright video game content. I guess they didn't consider it transformative? Interesting. Machinima here in Brazil broke because the people who managed it would only put friend on it, not good YouTuber. Wow. Yeah, well, Machinima broke here too. We'll see in a second. When TikTok blew up, the same thing happened. Naive young creators got taken advantage of. Watched a YouTube documentary on it at this point, but don't remember the details. I really feel like history is repeating itself in multiple ways. I feel like this is a tale as old as time. That is really sad to hear that the same thing happened on TikTok as well.
Many examples which articulate how difficult it was to be a gaming content creator between 2006 and 2012 on YouTube. One example is with the content creator Darkside Phil. When Phil simply uploaded a gameplay of the game Splinter Cell in April 2010, Ubisoft, the developer, contacted YouTube and had Phil's whole channel taken down, just for uploading a gameplay of a single game. This highlights both how far gaming content has come on YouTube, but more importantly, how difficult it was to be a gaming YouTuber in the early days of YouTube.
Dang, I had no idea.
Being a gaming YouTuber, a level down from actually earning money from gaming YouTube videos. Then Machinima came along and offered a solution to the difficulty in getting gaming content monetized. Content creators could be guaranteed an income for their creation efforts by partnering with Machinima. Machinima would serve as a middleman, where content creators would upload videos under the Machinima channel rather than their own channel on YouTube. Machinima would then pay 60% of the revenue from that video to the original creator and keep 40% for themselves.
Okay, so Machinima was the middleman, and they had a 60-40 cut, 60 going to the creator. And in exchange, they would get copyright protection so that they could make money off of gaming YouTube channels. Now, I'm gonna say that the parallel here, for me so far, is that VTubing was not accessible to regular people. In the beginning, if you're like thinking about like 2016 VTubing, your options were figure out Live 2D and Face Rig, which was not very compatible. Or use something like VR chat. There was no Vroid. There was no yes, 2016 was basically just Kizuna Eye. 2016 to 2019, there was no way for an independent VTuber to really have a quality model. Yeah. Go to Soggy Nugget Archive Compilation Part 1 and see. Okay. So like these, I feel like in this history history lesson so far, Machinima is very similar to VTuber agencies in the sense that back then, creators needed them in order to do what they want to do. You know? Creators needed a company in order to do the content they're looking to do. If you wanted to be a VTuber back before 2020, this was kind of the only way people knew how to do it. And it was the only feasible way for an independent, like, a single person to do it, yeah. Closest to VTuber was people who were only a voice and used some OC as an avatar to video thumbnails, yeah. PNG tubing was the thing in 2016 to 2019. So yeah. I can see the parallels already. Let's continue down.
And all Machinima wanted in return was a 3-year contract and 40% of all my earnings.
40% seems like a lot of your ad revenue from YouTube, right? Well, at the time, you had the choice of keeping either 60% of your income or 0% of your income, given that if the content was uploaded on your own channel, you'd get nothing. So on the surface, it actually looked like an excellent deal for creators. Suddenly, creators had the opportunity to make money off the videos that they otherwise would have earned nothing from. Machinima also offered another simple, intangible advantage, the status of being a Machinima creator.
This is true today with VTuber agencies. I legitimately believe that a lot of VTubers sign up for any agency they can get their hands on, specifically because they want to start their professional career, and in their eyes, that is how to start as a professional. They believe that signing on a company legitimizes your name. It gives you, like Serby said, prestige. And yeah, a lot of creators have gone that route, specifically for the status of it. Feel like the status of joining a company has taken a nosedive? Well, as we'll see, MCNs status symbol also took a nosedive. But yeah, that's I'm getting ahead of myself. Hi, Spidey.
Even as early as January 2009, as seen in this screenshot, Machinima has 367,000 subscribers, which eventually grew to 5 million in late 2012, making it the 4th biggest channel on YouTube by subscriber count at its peak. On top of this, as we mentioned in the intro, you just knew a video was going to be a good video when it had the Machinima introduction. So who wouldn't want to have the reputation of being a Machinima creator? It would
Yeah, again, if we think about like Hololive and Niji Sanji, their fan base is there because they're like, okay, well, any VTuber they debut is gonna be a talented creator. Which is true. It is true that they pick talented people. And so the audience feels like they have a curated list of creators. Basically, if you see Hololive or Niji Sanji or VShojo's name next to a creator, you know that they're going to be high quality. That's kind of, from the audience side, the appeal of still following agencies as a brand rather than following individual creators.
also give the small creators that feeling of working alongside the other big guns in the video game content creation scene. You might only have a few hundred subscribers, but you could be featured on a channel with 5 million subscribers.
And then I feel like a lot of VTubers will join agencies because their favorite VTuber is in that agency and they want to work alongside their favorite VTuber.
Concept that seemed very enticing on the surface, but it was very disappointing in reality, as we'll explore later.
There was no growth. All the analytics were just in a straight line. There was no growth, no subs, nothing. It all stayed exactly the same.
On top of this, Machinima would offer creators what they called a talent scout, which looking back now just kind of seems like a buzzword to entice naive kids who thought they had a special content creator.
Okay, Another parallel. I'm not saying every agency, okay, I'm not saying every agency. However, let's say you're a talent signing with agency Y, and agency Y is like, we're going to provide you with your very own talent manager. And that sounds great. They're talking about how your talent manager will find you sponsorships. They'll be on call for you 24/7 and all this great stuff. Do you know what a lot of agencies actually use their talent managers for? As an ex-talent manager, I can tell you this. They use them to keep you in check. The talent manager isn't here to serve you. They're here to serve the company. They're here to keep you in check, to keep you in line, to punish you if you break rules, to talk to you when your numbers are down. And so when I started as a talent manager, I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to help someone execute the content they want to execute. And it's going to be so much fun to work alongside other VTubers. Because that's what we all think talent managers are. We're helping support. No. I've been a talent manager twice. I've worked in agencies more than that, but the 2 times I was a talent manager, it was both to keep tabs on VTubers and spend more times with the quote-unquote problematic VTubers who needed to stay in line. And oftentimes I would, ask them, hey, can I get you anything? Do you need anything? How can I support you? They would tell me, oh, hey, I would really love it if for my anniversary I could have, a wallpaper, right? For example. And then I would go to upper management and I would be like, hey, VTuber wants a wallpaper for their anniversary and I think that's really fair because we don't even have to pay for distributing costs. And they'd be like, okay, can you deliver the news to her that that's not happening? And that was my job. Being the bearer of bad news over and over and over again and keeping VTubers in line. So it's not as glamorous as it sounds when someone's like, you get your own talent manager. No, it's to keep you in check. It's not to benefit you. It's so that upper management has a way to enforce their rules.
Talent into joining Machinima.
And what they did was they set me up with a talent manager. And this sounded really good originally. I was like, oh my god, I've got someone watching my back. I've got my own talent manager. This is amazing.
On top of this, Machinima also promised a team of people to help creators promote and create their videos, giving them advice and guiding them to success. So Machinima had all the bells and whistles on the surface, right? Everything a content creator could possibly want for growing their channel and income.
And that's what VTuber agencies look like on the outside as well. If you look at their website and everything they promise, and especially if they have a few big creators signed with them, you think, oh, this is like a great opportunity. It looks really good on the surface. Can you say which agency I was in? No, I'm sorry. NDAs.
What could possibly go wrong?
What is up, Drummer Nation? I'm your host, Killer Keemstar. Let's get right into the news. We are here with Ross Boomsocks. He uploaded a video about a week ago that ended up on the front page of Reddit. Basically, he's having problems with Machinima. A lot of other YouTubers jumped in expressing their complaints with Machinima.
So up until this point, we've highlighted the golden facade of Machinima, what it offered to creators, the promise of glory and riches, money on videos that wouldn't be monetized otherwise, the status of being Machinima creator, the promise of having a talent scout and support for your content. Looks like a pretty good deal on the surface, right? Well, the packages they offered were actually a lot more surreptitious than they appeared on the surface. The insidious part about Machinima was that they preyed on the short-term thinking of individual creators.
Yep. Unfortunately, every agency I've been in, is very much a, here's all this stuff up front. Here's all this stuff up front. Now just sign it. Sign it and we'll do all this stuff. And then once you sign it, you have a year long to regret that decision. Luckily, most of the contracts in VTuber agencies are a year long and not 3 years long like Machinima's. I missed the beginning. What was Machinima already? I remember Machinima just being kill cam videos. So Machinima used to be a competitor to YouTube. It used to be a video sharing site. But it then kind of lost the race against YouTube, so it started its own YouTube channel and became the most famous multi-channel network, where they would have creators upload videos to their channel and get 60% of the revenue from those videos. Now, the appeal of revenue sharing and uploading on Machinima was that YouTube copyright system was really, really difficult to monetize video game content, and since small creators didn't feel protected against companies like Nintendo and Ubisoft, uploading to Machinima had that taken care of for them. This was something I noticed on Yago's LinkedIn, is that an area that agencies really need to focus on is psychological safety and well-being development and modern leadership techniques. Yeah. The problem is that doesn't... I think the problem is... how do I say this nicely? Let's see. It's kind of like... it doesn't benefit them much to be super kind in this position. It actually benefits them more if they are a... yeah, it's more complicated. It's like the scenario that benefits a talent agency the most is finding talents that are willing to work to their specifications, rather than finding talents that need to be more, you know, more supported, like, I've noticed a lot of agencies will go for people who can just crank out content and it doesn't affect them as much mentally. Like, I would consider Mori Calliope kind of the golden child of Hololive, in the sense that she can just continually make content. And it doesn't... not to say it doesn't affect her, but it affects her a lot less than, say, me, who has been struggling just to stream once a week. Because streaming actually takes it out of me, and I'm not, like... I'm not excellent at it. And, you know, things affect me more than someone who has signed with Hololive. So, yeah, they want to sit back and collect revenue, right? They don't want someone who can't handle it. That's what I'm trying to say, but it sounds so bad. It sounds so bad. They want workaholics, of course. Of course they want workaholics. If you think about the bare minimum of what Hololive and Nijisanji is asking, Yeah. They want workaholics. I've heard of a term being used recently called that word, wherein a company starts out really good service, and once they get attention and consumer base, they make it worse and worse for more profit until once they get away with it. Yeah. Mori Calliope is just built different. I would say that most of Hololive is built different. Like I said, I feel like I've said this many times, but I only feel like 10% of creators at most belong in an agency. Also, you're 2 for 2 this year, Yam. I'm having a great time. I'm gonna keep at it, yeah. They don't want someone that wants to do big or innovative projects because they don't want to represent spending and risks. The more investors in a company, the harder it is to justify risks. It is also hard for them to justify supporting talents that aren't the company's bread and butter. And I do believe we're seeing that a lot with Hollow Stars right now. Legitimately, it does not make financial sense if a channel isn't growing to put more resources into that channel. And when you're a talent manager with 10 VTubers, your upper management is going to say, hey, these are the breadwinners. You got to pay attention to those. If Gura needs something, you got to pay attention to her. That's really how it is. And where I see this as heartless, this is just how the entertainment industry works. And I just consider it too harsh for me. The topic at the time was on what do VTuber organizations need to focus on over 2025? And yes, while all orgs want their workforces to just behave, it isn't a long-term strategy. I do think it's their recruitment strategy, though. That's showbiz, it's cutthroat. And that's something I feel like a lot of naive creators, young creators, do not understand when they go into an agency, specifically because it looks like a family. They're looking for prestige, like this video has said so far. They're looking for the prestige. They're looking for the assistance with their content. I've never seen a company that legitimately is there to assist you whenever you need them. Not to say I've been backstage in the big three, because I have not. Some people have speculated that I have worked for Niji Sanji, and I have not, okay? I have not worked for Niji Sanji, I've not worked for Hololive, I've not worked for VShojo. That's all I can say. But in the agencies I have worked for, and some being pretty big, like mid-size, not small, mid-size, I was kind of shocked by how much revenue was coming in and what it was used for. It wasn't to just support the talents. Yeah. Alright, let's continue. So sorry. I don't remember what we were talking about here. I think it's like starting to talk about the bad side of Machinima. So I'll take it back 10 seconds. Oh gosh.
The insidious part about Machinima was that they preyed on the short-term thinking of individual creators. The contracts that were handed out were usually 3 to 7 years in length. Which
7 years?
YouTubers
7 years. 7 years. Okay, that is not something that the VTuber agency industry has. The longest contract I've ever seen in the VTuber agency industry was 3 years, and it was not here. It was a Spanish-speaking agency. 7 years.
and YouTube newbies doesn't seem like a very long time.
It's
And
such
even
a
if it
long
did,
time.
They just disregarded that because they just saw the opportunity for money and went into the contract blindly.
I signed the contract and it's for 3 years, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Like, it's 3 years. That's not that long of a time.
It
if
is
you
a long
think about
time.
it.
Side note, it's actually a really long time.
But 3 years on YouTube can actually be a really long time. Mr. Beast went from 1.2 million subscribers to 33.5 million subscribers in the last 3 years. PewDiePie gained 10 billion views in the last 3 years. And PewDiePie at one point was actually partnered with Machinima.
Welcome. Thank you, Spidey. Did the notification sound work? Just an FYI, I wanted to make sure those work. Thank you, Lasso, for fixing all my notifications. Okay.
I had this to say about them back in 2015. I was screwed over by Machinima like many others 4 years ago, but managed to get out luckily. It's mind-boggling to me how they can still pull shit like this and get away with it. Unless Google steps up and puts tighter leashes on networks, YouTubers are going to be the ones who pay for their greediness. Hope your shit gets sorted, dude.
So this is the thing. I've had so many friends come to me and say, Yam, I have an agency deal. What questions should I ask? And they give me their list of questions. And I'm like, hey, these questions are about immediately signing. You need to ask questions about long term. And you need to ask questions as if you're going to gain 1 million subscribers under this agency. And they're like, there's no way I'm going to gain 1 million subscribers. And I'm just like, you need to think as if you would, though. You need to think as if you would. Because I have managed talents that started with 0 subscribers in an agency, and then they grew to the hundreds of thousands subscriber mark. And it's all under this company that they absolutely hate. And now they're stuck because they don't want to leave their fan base. Their fan base is amazing. That's the whole reason they're putting up with the agency. But the agency owns all their stuff. And even if they leave, they can't take it with them. So it's a really big deal. You really need to ask questions. If you're ever considering signing with an agency, you need to ask questions as if you're going to gain 1 million subscribers after you sign. Not only does that show them that you have confidence, but it's also smart, because if you're not ready to revenue split after you have 1 million subscribers with an agency, then you're not ready to sign with the agency. And I feel like a lot of creators, once they have that audience, they're bitter that they're still in the agency, because now the revenue split isn't giving the agency $50 for their service, it's giving them $5,000 for their service. And you just see like, oh man, I earned $10,000 this month, but I only get to keep like 3,000 of it. Because YouTube will take a cut, and then the agency will get their cut. Yeah. It's pretty awful.
Theoretically, if PewDiePie was partnered with Machinima for the last 3 years, earning approximately $3 per 1,000 views on his videos, his revenue would have been 30 million from 10 billion views. If you take 40% of that, a 3-year partnership with Machinima would have cost PewDiePie $12 million.
Yeah.
Not exactly something to brush over lightly, right?
Exactly.
Anyway, that's not a real scenario. However, it highlights how damaging some of these contracts had the potential to be at the time, and how much can be achieved on YouTube in the space of 3 years. On top of this, in certain situations, they even snuck extra months into the contract without notifying creators.
That's
Such as
crazy.
This example with Ross Boomsticks.
And I only learned 2 or 3 months ago that he slipped an extra 7 months under my nose, that my contract was ending in 2017 instead of 2016.
The creators who signed
when you're re-signing, you gotta renegotiate the contract with your lawyer again. Not just the initial sign. You've got to look at everything you sign with a lawyer. And that can be so expensive. It can be so expensive. But if you do not have the funds for a lawyer, you do not have the funds to start with an agency. And that's just reality. And I'm really sorry. I myself cannot afford all the lawyers in the world either. Just getting contract reviews for myself was really expensive. And honestly, every time I sign with an agency, it is an upfront cost. It is an upfront cost for sure. Especially in the state I live in.
Up with Machinima when their channels were small in size, started to realize how much money they could make on YouTube when exponential growth started to kick in.
How much does a contract review cost? It depends a lot on the contract, the length, and the type of lawyer you need to see. I would ballpark $300. Ballpark $300. $300 to $500, depending on if your contract is long. But that's the numbers I've been looking at myself, so yeah. So yeah, definitely an upfront cost. And you know, if you just put that money towards your own model, if you put that money towards your own stream instead, I don't know.
When a lot of creators started up, they were only making, what, $1 a month on YouTube? So 40 cents a month for all the perks seemed like a good deal, right? Well, I'm sure that a boatload of those creators would have gotten to the point of making $1,000 a month, then $10,000 a month. And suddenly, 40% per month to Machinima is really starting to hurt the bottom line and overall earnings for creators. But there was nothing they could do. They were stuck in the contract for the next 3 years. The promised talent scouts and help that was supposed to come to creators suddenly vanished as soon as they signed the contracts.
Now, nearly
I'm gonna tell you guys a story that really happened to me. I worked for a VTuber agency as a talent manager. And I was literally told, okay, we're gonna have new debuts, and you're getting reassigned to the next generation. And I was like, yeah, really? What about the talents I'm managing right now? And the agency literally looked me in the eyes and they said, now that they're experienced, they don't need as much help. So basically all the very little assistance that I could offer them was going to be pulled out from under them the moment the next generation debuted, because I was being reassigned to the next generation to give the facade that we had support to the next generation. Yeah.
instantly, I regretted signing the contract because the second I signed it, my talent manager suddenly said that he was busy.
Yep.
And he only said that after I had signed the contract. And he said he was going away on a business trip and I'd basically be on my own for the next 5 to 6 weeks. So basically over a month, I'd be completely in the dark.
It was also revealed that uploading to Machinima, the high-status YouTube channel, really didn't provide any growth for small creators.
About 4 to 5 months pass and nothing. My channel doesn't grow at all. Views are still dead. I got about 200 to 300 views a video. I mean, for some people that sounds like a lot, but I wanted to grow and there was no growth. All the analytics were just in a straight line. There was no growth, no subs, nothing. It all stayed exactly the same.
The issue with Machinima was that they had so many creators signed up with them that it was impossible to differentiate yourself.
The issue with Machinima is that they had so many creators signed up that it was impossible to differentiate yourself. What does that sound like? What does that sound like, Bat Bunch? Are you starting to see the parallels that I'm seeing? I'm lucky I had an entertainment lawyer as a college professor in my life. I haven't reached out to him yet. Yeah. Not needing a manager is wild. Well, How you know they didn't care for quality? They do care for quality. They just force the talents to give quality. In fact, some agencies will go so far as to put quality in their contract so that if you do not give them quality content, quote unquote quality content, however they measure that, they can say you violated their contract. That's how crazy these agencies can be. I assume the old gen would still think you're assigned to them and you'd keep helping them when possible, right? Right? Yeah, they wouldn't tell the other gen. Hi, how's your day going? It's going great. Welcome on in. But that's just giving you more work for the same pay, I know. And that's why only one of the old EN agencies are still alive in their original form, right? While the idea of being able to build high performance without good management is wild in any business, right? Yeah. Those kind of companies already existed before VTubers. They just found more victims. That is my point today. That is my point today. We've reinvented the MCN. And we're just calling it a new name. I don't see agencies as viable outside of maybe the big three who are able to secure big merchandising and big brand deals, right? Oh, hi Mel. Best bat. No, you are the best bat.
From the crowd on their channel. They would upload hundreds of videos a week, and how could a small channel with 100 subscribers compete with other channels on the network? It just came down to the fact that Machinima just really wasn't a good way to grow a channel. Uploading a video to a 5 million subscriber channel seems like a great growth method, but the reality was no one really clicked through from Machinima to your individual channel. Along with Machinima basically being a scumbag company that would prey on individuals with insanely unfavorable contract conditions, the truth was that the need for the middleman on YouTube just wasn't really there anymore by 2013. Machinima was...
Remember when I said VTuber agencies used to be the only way you could VTube? Now that they're saying Machinima wasn't needed anymore, now that you can copy or you can monetize gaming content, I argue that agencies aren't necessary anymore now that anyone with a webcam can VTube for free. I do believe that agencies were a necessary thing if you wanted to have a live 2D model, and they definitely still help you if you wanted to do full motion capture. But you would have to go to an agency that offers full motion capture, and you would have to travel to their motion capture studio. So, other than those niche things, I think agencies have found themselves to be quite obsolete in general. Like I said, there's special case scenarios where they're not. But yeah. Do any agencies give business and marketing training in any form to the talents? No. I mean, maybe. But at least so far, I have not seen that. I have not seen that in my line of work, and researching the behind the hood of at least X, Niji, Sanji, and Hololive talents, I do not believe that that's a thing. Dear Lord, Machinima is a throwback and a half. Yep. History repeats itself. It is. That is the thumbnail title, yes. Hey, the scene has changed quite a bit. I'm constantly jump scared by agencies I've never heard of making good numbers. Agencies with collabs, you know, no indie click drama, just collab in agency. So, here's the thing about agencies. The talents have it in their own best interest to make it look like the agency has prestige and is doing well, when things can be on fire behind the scenes years before closure. The worst agency I worked for looked spotless on the outside. The worst agency I worked for, their talents were doing well numbers-wise. A lot of them had earned their play buttons. Everything looked good. When you looked up, like, their name plus, like, controversy, nothing came up. And all the talents acted so happy in front of their audience, and then when they would get in meetings with me, they would break down. So it's really hard to tell when an agency, like, has quote-unquote no drama. I consider if they don't have drama simply to mean that they're not allowed to talk about drama, or it's in their best interest to keep the facade that the agency is a good place to work and is doing well. Hololive started as a tech company, so they had a starting point in terms of capital and revenue, but most of their, quote, bad VTuber companies started from nothing, just looking for VTubers to exploit. Yeah. I don't think all agencies, I've talked about this in my red flags video, but I don't think all VTuber agencies are purposefully predatory, and I also don't believe that they all have the goal of taking advantage of VTubers. I think it's just a byproduct of being an agency. Yeah, Yago talks like a tech leader on LinkedIn, yeah. I'm actually a little relieved when I see the Hollow Talents vent about management on stream. It means they're allowed to do so, not hiding the worst stuff. Yes, Serby. That's what I'm talking about. I feel like there's definitely a pattern of toxic positivity, and then there's like a floodgate that happens when an agency isn't good. There's like this effect where one thing triggers, like, basically it's the scissor to the rubber band, and the rubber band has been drawn so tight that the moment the scissors snip the rubber band, everything flings out all at once, and then the agency closes like a month later. And whenever that happens, what that tells me is that the agency has not been doing well for maybe a whole year, but the talents have been silent this entire time, and that one little rubber band snap is what triggers all of it to come out to the public all at once. Whereas Hololive, I do feel like Hololive and VShojo, at least, and in some sense Niji Sanji, they have had a steady stream of, hey, our company makes mistakes sometimes, and I'm going to talk about why I'm frustrated about the company. Yeah. So it's definitely kind of a red flag to me when everything's kind of toxically positive as well. Oh, sorry. Ah! Oh no! I lost our place. It was like around here.
When exponential growth started to kick in. When a lot of creators signed up, they were only
No, we're not here. We're past here. Where are we?
Point of making $1,000 a month, then $10,000 and years. The promised talent scouts and
for the next 5 still dead. I got growth, no
of videos a week, and how could a small channel with 100 subscribers compete with other channels on the network? It just came down to the fact that Machinima just really wasn't a good way to grow a channel. Uploading a video to a 5 million subscriber channel seems like a great growth method, but the reality was no one really clicked through from Machinima to your individual channel. Along with Machinima basically being a scumbag company that would prey on individuals with insanely unfavorable contract conditions, the truth was that the need for the middleman on YouTube just wasn't really there anymore by 2013. Machinima was originally introduced because individual YouTubers couldn't have their gaming content monetized. However, this was not really an issue anymore by 2013. The need for the middleman had almost completely disappeared by 2014. So what did this mean for the company? They basically had a boatload of creators who had signed 3 to 7 year contracts between 2009 and 2013, but
a lot can happen. A lot can happen, like, midway through your contract. You could blow up. You could, you know, the company could change management. The company can take away your manager. It's really, really difficult to predict the future. And a year is so long in terms of the internet. A year is so long. You guys look at what I was doing like a year ago and tell me that this channel hasn't changed a ton since then. But 7 years. I really feel bad for the young creators who signed on with 7-year contract. And I really wish that history would stop repeating itself, because this is so sad.
Absolutely no one else signing new contracts, given that there was no need to become a Machinima creator after 2013. This left Machinima earning a passive but dwindling income from the remaining contracts, with diminishing revenue as the contracts began to expire. And if we go back, the two reasons that people initially signed up for Machinima was to monetize their gaming content and have help from the talent scouts and staff at Machinima to help grow their channel. Content creators could monetize their own content, and the consensus and review from other creators was that Machinima wouldn't help at all creating videos or growing channels. So in the end, there was just no need for them. There wasn't a single thing that they could offer that individual creators couldn't do themselves. On top of
Yep. At this point, I believe if you hire your own team, if you can handle that upfront cost of hiring your own team, if you can invest in a model, and you have an idea for content that is different than the majority of VTubers, you use some capital to pay for advertising, you are gonna be better off than joining a no-name agency. And even like a mid-size agency, I'm not sure at this point. It really depends on how many talents they have. I genuinely believe that it would hurt yourself more to join a business model that is obsolete. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all the VTuber agency fans out there, but I genuinely believe at this point that a lot of VTuber agencies have been made obsolete by the fact that you can actually hire your own team and design your own VTuber model, and for really cheap at this point. Just stream. That's not my advice, though, but yeah. How would you explain good-sized indies joining groups that let you keep your IP like VShojo Mythic and offline? It depends on what those contracts look like. I'm not going to pretend like I know what VShojo's contract looks like. Mythic seems fine. Really depends on the contracts, but I think joining groups isn't the problem. I think giving control over your channel, signing an NDA, and like pretending you're part of this group for the prestige when everything isn't doing well, that is the history that continues to repeat itself. So if there's a company that can avoid that history, I think they're fine. Always love these lectures. Let me indulge in my two passions, VTubers and enterprise leadership. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for saying so. You're so wise in the field. As someone starting VTubing, I really value your advice. Oh, thank you. I'm unfortunately experienced. Oh no. Oh, okay. Everything's fine. I thought I lost connection for a sec. I'm unfortunately experienced in the field. I'm trying to get out of the field right now. But I'm still working for agencies, so here we are. Here we are. I'm still working for agencies because I got fired from my day job, so I went back to agencies, and here we are. Working for a field I consider on its way out. Let's see. Hololive is almost 7 years of age. Yeah. Imagine, like, if Hololive's contracts were 7 years and not a year. Oof. Everything can change in a month for content creators. The majority of the subscribers I have now all came in 1 month. So, yeah. Hiring a team sounds intimidating to someone that's never done business stuff before. Honestly, I feel like it would be very useful if VTuber managers, or just streamer managers in general, that work with independent creators would all come under one label, one brand, to help people find them. That's the main complaint that I've had people say to me, is like, I can't find a manager. Which is so frustrating to me because I know managers and I've actually helped match indies with other manager friends. But I really, really wish that there was a way for independent managers, independent editors, to kind of like advertise themselves on one brand. Yeah, an indie VTuber management guild, yes. I think that would be really helpful, actually. I don't think agencies are obsolete because they provide a service to talent that can make good content but struggle with basic communication, networking, and even self-care. That's not what an agency is there for, though. That's not the goal of the agency, though. I think my guess is your perspective is coming from like a Face Connect fan. That's what I'm guessing. I'm not gonna say Face Connect is in that league. Face Connect is doing its own thing, man. And it is not a VTuber manager's job to make sure their talent is taking care of themselves. I know, like, I hate saying that, but it's true. Like, that's not your talent manager's job, is to make sure that you're being able to handle basic communication, networking, and self-care. They expect you to be able to do that in order to join an agency in the majority of cases. You need to be able to have basic communication. You need to network yourself because they're expecting you to grow. And having good self-care and taking care of yourself is your responsibility. And I hate saying that. I know it sounds really harsh, but I'm giving you the reality of the attitude of VTuber agencies. They expect you to be a professional. They're not there to be your mental health provider. Are there a lot of free agent managers for hire around now? I would say yes. But not all of them are worth your time. It's not really VTubing, but I did manage esports teams, and the stories I have are comparable to what you have. Oh, man. I mean, history just keeps repeating itself. Congratulations, falling down the VTuber rabbit hole. Enjoy your stay. You can never leave, yeah. Make a VTuber manager agency? That's genius. I'm not gonna do it, though. As someone who literally in poverty, I don't even have internet, I just relying on data. Do you think small agencies could be worth it if I get in? I face a lot of discrimination IRL, so I'm thinking. So, it really depends on the contract, and I honestly feel like, unfortunately, a lot of VTuber agencies will specifically look for young creators who are in poverty in order to take advantage of them. So I want you to be really careful. Because here's the thing. You look at a VTuber agency, and if they're giving you a chance from 0 subscribers, and they have 0 subscribers, what's going to be different than doing it by yourself? Nothing. Nothing's going to be different. They're just going to take a part of your money. If you get money, they're going to take a part of it. So there's nothing different than starting yourself. If your agency has 0 subscribers, They're in the same boat as you, despite what they're saying. They're in the same boat as you. Except, I would say, people are looking upon agencies less and less favorably at this point. So, I would say that VTuber, like, starting with a new VTuber agency could actually hurt your reputation at this point. And we're gonna talk about that, like, in a sec. Let's see. I can see how they can be predatory, but frankly, it seems like a last resort option if I could get it. You can get it. Anyone can join a VTuber agency. I'm gonna tell you this right from the get-go. Anyone could join a VTuber agency. It's it's just how desperate is the agency. It's not if you are worthy of an agency. Yeah. I love the sad girls at Phase Connect. Yeah, see, I feel like Phase Connect is in its own, like, own bubble, and I can't really touch on that bubble because it's a whole different thing that I am not I'm not qualified to talk about, honestly. I'd sign up to be a freelance VTuber manager. It seems like a pretty rewarding role. I like VTuber agency management if it wasn't for the VTuber agency itself, so I feel like I would like VTuber management. It's just, I don't know. I don't like being my own boss either. That's the problem. It's not guaranteed to have good networking and manageable workload, exactly. Yeah, managing any sort of talent type thing. Yeah. My friend with 0 following got some deal with reality. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah. That's true. Reality has been reaching out to zero follower content creators for sure. I have helped several people navigate the reality thing. If I mention a specific agency, is that a no-no? I don't really chat here a lot. No, mention all the agencies you want. That's fine. Question isn't getting in or not, it's whether keeping. Yeah, you need to know your worth. Whole point of joining an agency is to have a built-in audience ready to watch you. A new agency doesn't have that. Exactly. Phase Connect is a case study of falling upwards. Pretty much. I do not know. I don't know. Phase Connect is very strange to me. I was really suspicious of it, but he did it. He got out and never really said anything about it. Yeah. Reality is a weird case. Yeah, reaching out with literally no followers screams scam to me. Exactly. Reality is its own thing too. But I don't think it is viable to make money off of. I think they want to grow their user base, which is why they reach out to many creators, because they're trying to make an app and they're trying to get more and more VTubers on the app. So by like packaging it as a an agency deal, they can get more users on their app. That is what I believe is going on. But they're a gacha game type of VTuber service first. Okay. Let's continue and finish this video. We'll take a little break and then we'll get into my second point.
No YouTuber actually having a use for the business, Machinima began to become the subject of bulk slander from almost every YouTuber that had been with them. As we've explored with many clips in this video like PewDiePie, Pyrocynical, Ross Boomsticks, even Drama Alert began to create videos slandering the dodgy actions of Machinima, and the Machinima reign just kind of imploded on itself on YouTube. Machinima continued to dwindle from 2014 all the way up until February 2019, when the entire channel went private. Machinima fired their 81 remaining staff, and Machinima announced that they would be ceasing operation and merging into another company.
Hey, what does that sound like? Once the controversy gets too high, Once the controversy gets too high, everyone gets laid off, and then everyone has to scatter and find new work.
But as scummy as Machinima appeared to be from all the dodgy underlying contract terms, I still feel like Machinima has a special nostalgic spot in all of our hearts as a viewer.
Again, I feel like people fall in love with the brand of agencies a lot, and that can blind them to the bad parts as well. And I feel like Machinima also has its own fan base that was like really sad that this happened.
Machinima legacy is one that will be left with the glory years of Modern Warfare 2 and old League of Legends. So Machinima, despite being a total scumbag of a business structure, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for the nostalgia. And you 100% deserved what you had coming to you for screwing over so many creators.
Yep. That is how a lot of agencies end as well. So Machinima and a lot of VTuber agencies have parallels. That is for certain. But it's not just Machinima, because Machinima was the biggest one. So guys, think about it. We have all these tiny little VTuber agencies who no one knows who they are, signing on creators who they also don't know who they are. Think of all the tiny MCNs. Think of all the tiny MCNs. VTube Studios crashing, darn it. Ugh. Let me open my VTube Studio again. I don't know what is up with Unity and my computer recently. But while I'm waiting for that to load, I will answer some more. Oh, hi, Cyber! Let's see. After molding for so long on legality of IPs, I'm making my own design and branding, investing so much time and money in equipment thus far. I'm seeing corpos as an investment/owner of those capitals, willing to set it all up for you in exchange for a cut. You need a lot of trust. It is a lot of trust. You're putting everything you like. Oh, thank you for the follow. You're putting everything you like, your audience, your model, your content into the hands of someone else. Literal scam agencies. The number of horror stories I've heard from people getting scammed by modeling and acting agencies. Yep. Entertainment industry, baby. I'm starting to learn that VTuber agencies aren't special. It's just that the amount of new creators that had no experience in the VTuber sphere is really high, because a lot of us wouldn't have started content creating before VTubing was a thing. Me, myself included. Funny, Machinima failed in 2019 and not 2020, thinking about the Bao tweet. Yeah. It's surreal hearing Sunny V2 not speak in that monotone voice he always does. That's because this is an old video. I feel like V Shoujo has a good reputation, and I heard their talent can keep their models in IP if they leave. Yeah, V Shoujo is interesting to me, and I would say for some reason, if I ever wanted to return back to full-time content creation, and V Shoujo offered me a contract, that's the only one that I maybe review myself. Maybe. And then I'd remember, like, the other V Shoujo members and be like, I don't think I'm a good fit. I don't think I could collab with anyone in V Shoujo. That's the problem. I love Iron Mouse. I love Henya. But let's be real, our content doesn't exactly vibe together. And that's a shame, but it's true. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Business model isn't sustainable. Yeah, that's why so many are closing. Reputation is hardest to build, easiest to ruin. Yep. Another point as a fan, the experience of seeing a group grow from the ground, the stuff we old-timers experienced with Myth, is awesome. Some people just want to experience the story. Makes sense? It does make sense. I've been with Hololive since before Myth, and it is nice to see, like, your favorite hardworking streamer grow and get more opportunities and follow their dreams. Yeah. Are there content-themed agencies centered around a type of content you'd like to make, for example, reaction, commentary, gaming, just chatting, etc.? No, there is not. Not that I know of. There has been agencies surrounding ASMR and adult content. There's been agencies surrounding playing more of a lore role. There's been agencies surrounding esports, but most of the time they fall apart. Oh, by the way, this means you're 1K followers on Twitch. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, everyone, for getting me to 1K on Twitch. That's so nice. There's an appeal to picking a favorite team and being there for the highs and lows. I totally get that. Yeah. It's not just entertainment. I've had horror stories from fake technical schools charging students with the promise of future work. I have been back in the job searching stuff, the slog, and I'm been contacted for so many scam jobs. So many scam jobs. It's so bad. Sorry if this is a silly question, but what does MCN mean? It means multi-channel network, and it is basically the VTuber agency before VTuber agencies before VTubers. In France, there's a huge polemic around artist jobs like movies, music production, live performance, and many people / agencies using the poor / young status of their talent to abuse of them. Yeah. It's a tale as old as time. Yeah. You start hitting a niche of a niche at that point. Yeah. Financially and physically, kind of find a similarity from what you're saying without the physical side. Yeah. Yeah, I know of the adult agency who allegedly come out. Yeah. Yeah, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. All right, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go powder my bat nose. And I'm going to be right back. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. Next, we're going to talk about Power TV. Power TV is one that is a smaller MCN, not as big as Machinima. That was a bit of a bigger abuse story. So we're going to talk about that in just a bit coming up. You guys can tell me if you know of any VTuber agencies that closed in 2024, because that is kind of what we're going to talk about at the very end. So yeah, have a fun on your bat break, as Dungeon Slime said. All right. Okay, I am back. Hello, hello. All right. Let's see what everyone had to say. Oof. Her Nexus, a bit of dust after that incredibly bold opening. Yeah, only know of Ian. Yeah, Ian was so sad. There were 20 of them that shut down, right? Yeah, we're gonna actually talk about that. Which closed in 2024 and let their talent buy back their IP and resources and continue living. Yeah. Does Idol count? Yeah. Yeah. If I'm honest, an agency that is a multi-channel network, say if you leave the company and you get to keep the character within reason, that you leave and didn't break any NDA. Yeah. Idol doesn't. They belong to Brave Group now, but Idol itself kind of closed. They kind of got bought out, but if they didn't get bought out, they would have closed. There's a tweet list. Yes, we're gonna go over the tweet list. Brave Group yoinking everybody seems shady stuff. Well, it happens in a new business. Like, that's kind of business 101. Basically, when the startups fail, the acquisitions begin. That is not just in VTuber land. Here's the thing, guys. I don't or wouldn't join an agency unless it fit who I am and what I want to do. I feel like if I did, I might be pushed to push things that I don't resonate with. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I was right about that lawyer advice. Yep. Well, look, I had to learn the hard way myself. I signed contracts I have regret in the past, so I now always consult a lawyer. Even when I signed this time on my new agency job, I got a lawyer for that agency job as well. I currently work for 2 more agencies right now, so lawyer fees, man. They had their own platform and a lot of VTubers debuting in a competition-based approach amongst their talents. Yeah. If you're having to compete for the spotlight in your own agency, just awful. Just awful. Okay, so that was story 1, Machinima. And Machinima, TLDR, basically, seemed like a good deal at first, promised a lot of things, but their contracts were super long, and the YouTube platform changed a lot since the beginning of their endeavors, so they became less and less of a good deal as they became obsolete. And they had too many talents signed on to actually give support to any singular talent. Yep. Let's see. Good to find your own niche and work ethic first before considering joining an agency. Yeah. For sure. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I'm behind on chat. Here, let me turn on some music so we can talk with chat just a little longer. I think if agencies, if they worked or were based around like-minded creators and people whose audiences liked them or thought around the same lines would be best, though I honestly have no idea. The interesting thing is I think VTuber fans and VTubers have it in their minds that the only groups out there are agencies, and that is not the case. I am a part of VTuber Symphony Orchestra. We are 50 VTubers strong, but the whole thing is that we're all instrumentalists and classical singers. So we make music together around that very specific niche, and it is a blast, and we work really well together. So you don't have to be in an agency in order to be in a group. Idol was a bit of a disaster considering the one talent. Yep. Yeah. I agree. There's been any case of indies coming together into a union guild pseudo-agencies, hiring a shared manager, something like that? Yeah. Lots. VTuber is probably the most famous. They're just, after leaving their agency, they just made another VTuber group and they go in on a manager together. I would say someone who's been neck deep in Vocaloid culture for a long time, I'm surprised agencies don't try to go for that more. I know, right? I feel like Vocaloid and VTubing is like the same fan base. I didn't find any Vocaloid fans to be together with, like, on the internet until I was a VTuber, and then, like, suddenly all the VTubers are also Vocaloid fans. Imagine the Hunger Games is how to manage your company, help book. It really is. It really feels like Battle Royale. In fact, there was an agency that tried Battle Royale. They literally debuted 50 VTubers at the same time and said, alright, follow your favorite, because we're just gonna keep the most famous ones at the end of this. Yeah, it's awful. Like everyone and their mom saying those two songs, I'm shocked no niche overlap has been attempted. There has been. CVO AI is actually a Kizuna I voice bank. So it's been attempted. Comparisons are certainly there, but I feel like Machinima is much worse simply because of its sheer scale. You should probably look into how many talents some agencies have now. Machinima was big scale. That is true. But we're having agencies that, if you look at their parent company, are managing 400 VTubers at this point. If we're going by parent companies, we're looking at hundreds of VTubers per agency. It's pretty nuts. We're getting to the point. We're getting to the mega agency conglomerates at this point. Yeah. Yeah, 400. Biggest VTuber conglomerate has 400 talents. It is a Japanese conglomerate. And it owns a ton of agencies. And it owns a ton of talents. It's crazy. Anyways, I'm not gonna get into that. But, it can get really big and wild. Okay, so the next video we're gonna go over today is... I'm not gonna play the video, actually. I'm just gonna discuss it, because it's like a multi-part thing. It is a multi-part issue. And it is from a smaller creator. I mean, not smaller as in smaller than me, but not PewDiePie scale. Not many people know of Power TV. Yeah. Yeah, the V whatever. I don't remember their name either, but I recently found out that how big they were. Let me find it. Biggest VTuber. It's not Brave. It is Vspo. I believe, no. Is it Vspo? Let me find it. I think it's Vspo. Vspo. Yes, Vspo. Yeah. It's a huge company, and they own so many VTuber projects. They own so many VTuber projects! Even that aren't under the name Vspo. And Brave Group is maybe gonna get to that level, but they're not on Vspo level. Yeah. Not yet. Okay, so this guy. His name is Minecraft, or Minute Minecraft Parodies. We're gonna call him MMP for the sake of brevity, because I'm gonna be talking a lot. Wait, Brave is Vspo's parent company? Then no, I'm not talking about Vspo. What is the big giant VTuber company in Japan? Does anyone know? Because it's not coming up when I'm searching in English, which is crazy, because they're huge. They're huge. Japanese VTuber agency company. Not Hololive. Is it just V? VTuber projects? Maybe it's something really generic like that. Oh gosh. Can you think of a group under them? Not at the moment. Is it V? 774 Inc. maybe? It's like the Sony group that... Oh gosh. They're like under Sony, and they have a ton of like acquisitions, and they drop them really fast. Let me see. Virtual esports, virtual reality. Man. V, maybe? You might find them from Hololist or VTuber? Yeah. Why is this so hard to search for? I found this out just like last week, and I don't even remember the name, but it was really... Hey. V is owned by Sony Music Entertainment in Japan? Maybe. Yeah, I think it's VEE. V? Maybe? V Talent Agency. It's so hard to find, man. Okay, they have acquired a lot. They're under Sony. They have Verse. But they don't have a lot of talents. It's not the one with 400. Okay. I'll get back to you guys in another episode. I'm just wasting time. I'm sorry. I'll find it for you guys next time. I don't think it's Brave Group. But I could be wrong. It could be Brave Group. Let me see. Do they have 400? I don't think they have no, Brave Group's the one who bought Idol. They don't have 400 VTubers. They have a lot of VTubers, but it's not 400. Yeah. And I don't think Brave Group is owned by Sony. No, let's see. No, it's not them. Because they're the one who bought Idol, and it's a different one. But it is a huge conglomerate. It is a huge conglomerate. Yeah. Anyways, let's get back to the original topic. I'm sorry I went on a tangent real quick. Okay, so Minecraft minute parodies. This guy. So, I'm gonna call him MMP. Power TV is the MCN we're talking about. So, I'm not gonna play too much of this because it's a really long saga. I'm going to give you guys the link if you guys want to watch it for yourselves. It's on Minute Minecraft Parody's YouTube channel, and I'm going to give a synopsis that I wrote down for myself here. So, Minute Minecraft Parodies is a story channel that does animated parodies in Minecraft. In 2016, MMP signed a month-to-month contract with Power TV. Everything seemed totally fine at first. For the first 4 months, he thought it was really good. He had a 90-10 split, 90 in favor of the creator. The CEO, Alex, wanted to switch to a 12-month contract. And the CEO was talking about like, oh, we'll hire animators on your behalf so that you can grow your channel with daily uploads. This CEO Alex also wanted return on investment on the channel. That is basically like a goal of this CEO was to make MMP more profitable. Okay? When MMP actually got the contract in his hands, the 12-month contract, it had some hidden clauses. First of all, the 12-month contract was actually a rolling 12-month contract that only started when you say you're leaving. So you basically have to give the company 12 months notice before leaving. 12 months notice. It's not a 12-month contract. It's a rolling 12-month contract, and the CEO failed to say this. So if you trusted the CEO's word on it, it would have been a rolling 12-month contract. And you would have signed it away. There was another clause that said handing his channel completely to Power TV's discretion and authority on decision making for the channel. This is so VTuber agency. This is so VTuber agency. There's always like this stupid clause that is like, we have creative control over your channel. And the way VTuber agencies often do it, because the one difference between MCNs and the VTuber agency business model is oftentimes MCNs are acquiring other channels and VTuber agencies are giving you a YouTube channel. And because they're giving you a YouTube channel, they talk about having like, they completely own this channel. You have no rights to this channel. We like are giving you this YouTube channel, and you should be thankful for us giving you this YouTube channel under our brand. So seriously, the complete creative control and complete discretion and authority over the channel. Even Hololive, I feel like, is guilty for just like deleting channels. Just deleting channels, months, hours, years of hard work, tons and tons of MV work, original songs, fan art, thumbnails, edited videos that other people worked on. Just gone. Gone because you violated your contract. Gone because they fired you. So, again, with the discretion and authority over the channel, that's a big red flag. 90, and here was the split. Said the original split was 90 to 10. 90 going to the creator. But now the company wanted commission if they sold the channel. Isn't that scary? Giving a company just like the permission to sell your channel. But MMP signed the contract anyways. After he signed the contract, the CEO, Alex, wanted him to sign an additional participation agreement to make sure that the company gets their sale commission if the channel is sold. Then the CEO also wanted him to become an S corporation at his own expense. At Minute Minecraft Parody's expense. So the MMP became an S corp, and 2 months later, the CEO Alex says he wants to renegotiate the contract. So Alex says now he wants 25-75 revenue share, meaning 75% to the MCN Power TV until their return on investment was recouped. Then it would go back to a 70-30 in favor of the creator, but they still want the sale commission on the channel. And the CEO suddenly changed their tune. This is 6 months into his contract. And a better split is not possible because they need the return on investment. And Alex, the CEO, was claiming, I'm out $6,000 in legal fees just to set up the last agreement. And plus, the CEO misinformed him that an S Corp is not the right thing to do. He needed to become an LLC, so then he had to do that. And so they continued to negotiate contracts. Another negotiation occurred, and now it was 60-40 until recoup. So 60% of the revenue would go to MMP, and then it would go back to 90-10 after they recouped their investment, 90 going to the creator. And at this point, MMP felt like everything was so shady. He no longer trusted the CEO, so he was like, all right, enough is enough. All this stupid, like, negotiation, after all this, I can't trust you. Your contracts make no sense. I request to be released from the contract. Well, of course, he couldn't be released. The CEO refused to release until the 12 months were up. Reminded MMP of the NDA he signed. Oh boy, we haven't even talked about VTuber agency NDAs and how they make no sense to me, but also are incredibly just make abuse so easy. It makes it so easy to hide abuse. So now MMP is under NDA. His entire channel is under the discretion of Power TV. And the contract has now been changed. MMP was ready to fight because he stated to the CEO, the purpose of the contract has not been upheld. Therefore, you, Power TV, have breached your contract. He wants to go public with the issue. The CEO, Alex, threatens legal action. And every little petty, unprofessional, like, thing you can think of someone to do ensues, and the CEO starts to abuse his power. He first removes MMP from the group chat of all the other YouTubers so that he can start controlling the narrative. And we're gonna start the video there. As a newer VTuber fan, the NDAs make no sense to me. Not allowing past life talk, if I'm honest, reads as a culture-wide abuse cover-up. Yeah, it is. Alright, we're gonna start at 7:19. Yeah. So we're starting the video now. Basically, after all these contract negotiations, here's what his CEO is saying to the other YouTubers. And this is so reminiscent of the places I've worked, which is why we're watching this. Alright. Here we go.
Alex keeps in touch with most of the Power TV partners for larger announcements and updates via a Skype group chat. He immediately removed me from this chat, and afterwards gave the following explanation to the group. Hey guys, in case you were wondering about Kevin and why I had to remove him from this group chat, to start, he's not leaving Power TV, don't worry. I was originally planning on making an investment from Power TV into his brand to help him do daily videos, but we simply couldn't come to an agreement on the terms of investment. I don't want to get into details. He kind of went a little rogue and started making legal threats if we didn't make the investment, which was like, whoa. So if he messages you, or if you were curious as to why he needed to be removed from here, that's why. Kevin and I are not on bad terms, and he's not leaving Power TV. Talk about disparagement. Everything I've said about this situation and Alex has been 100% true. Meanwhile, he goes into a meeting of my co-creators and peers and tells them that I'm going rogue and making threats.
Okay. This is VTuber agencies. Oh my gosh. Everyone I've worked for has been like this. Did you know that your VTuber agency often splits everyone into different group chats so that they can keep tabs on everyone, and they do not encourage other VTubers to private message each other outside of the VTuber agency professional, like, Discord group chats. That is very real. I have had so many agencies that just divide everything up and keep everything secret and don't let the VTuber agency creators talk outside of the company issued group chats. And it's for this reason. It's so that they can control narratives and turn each other on each other if need be. They say it's to keep professionalism, but yeah. It's more like this. Contract negotiations go poorly. All right, we're gonna villainize. In this case, MMP. We're going to turn everyone on him, say that he went rogue. But don't worry, he's not leaving. It's because he can't leave. Yeah. That's a management strategy, creating separation fractionality between employee and nurturing confusion to prevent employees from organizing themselves against the company. Exactly, Spidey. Splitting groups is similar to how the enterprise tries to stop people sharing salaries and socializing across departments. Yep. And even though you guys all sign the NDAs, all your NDAs are separate, so you can't discuss the contract with everyone else. You can't discuss your contract you signed with another member of your agency. And guess what? The deals that a lot of genmates have are all different. Let's say there was like a big creator that signed on with like 500,000 subscribers, and she was scouted. But the other 4, they were auditioned the regular way. They might give the scouted talent better contract terms than the auditioners. Simply because she's bringing the audience, and they're afraid that if they actually give her abusive terms, she won't sign. But the other ones who actually took their time to audition, they're seen as more desperate. They're easier to put bad terms on. Yeah. Isn't that illegal? Depends on where you are. A lot of these companies are Asian companies. And yes, for a person who is also union, it's all about splitting the workforce and protecting the board. Yeah, it's... So, returning back to MMP, at this point, the CEO is trying to turn his... CEO reminds him of his NDA, reminds him of the bad contract he signed, and that he's supposed to be in there for 12 more months. And at this point, MMP doesn't have his like group Power TV on his side either. So he's gonna fight it all by himself. So the first thing he does is he contacts Scale Lab, who is the parent company. It's like how Cover Corp is the parent company of Hololive. So he tells them that Alex, the CEO of Power TV, is holding him against his will in a contract. Scale Lab says, oh, we agree that holding people against their will is bad. But they couldn't get Alex to release the contract either. Next, he goes to the YouTube help webpage. Now, I didn't know this was a thing, friends. And I think it's good that I am researching this, because now I'm going to utilize this. So, YouTube still has this clause in their YouTube help page.
On the YouTube Help webpage, there is a section titled MCN Overview for YouTube Creators. At the bottom of that page, in no uncertain terms, it says, all MCNs are responsible for providing value to their creators by following YouTube's best practices, including avoiding spammy, misleading language to recruit channels to join an MCN, clearly explaining in a contract the services and levels of support provided, acting in an honest and transparent way with respect to services offered and contractual obligations, onboarding and releasing channels in line with their contracts. If an MCN doesn't adhere to these best practices, they may lose account features and monetization. If you believe that an MCN is not following YouTube's policies, contact the creator support team.
Guys, if VTuber agencies count as MCNs, we need to start doing this. And I do believe they count as MCNs. So, instead of, like, just making a stink on Twitter, I think, at this point, we should start contacting the creator support team whenever an agency is being outed as abusive. If they violate these guidelines, they're violating YouTube guidelines. So, honestly, I don't think anything will happen unless enough people all contact the creator support team. But I'm just telling you guys that this is a thing in case something comes to light about a big agency. This is the kind of information to share. This is a big deal to me. And I will share the support page with all of you so that you can have this in your back pocket. There is the support page that you can see this information and contact the YouTube support team. What's the scope of MCN? Any communication channels or only streaming channels in general? It's any YouTube channels, all owned by the same company. So in that case, YouTube and Hololive and Niji Sanji would count. Okay, so creator support was not able to help Kevin, MMP. Probably because he's working as one person. Honestly, YouTube support does not really help unless if you're just like a small creator on your own. That's huge if they count as MCNs from a YouTube perspective, and the agency model means they could be multi-channels on YouTube. Got it, yeah. So, I genuinely think, now that we have done this research, now that we are better informed, this is a route we should go. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Sounds like we need to get these docs ready for... Oh, wait. My bot will read it. Right?
Jordan Brown,
yes.
Warwolf, super chatted $5. Sounds like we need to get the docs ready for Niji, Vols and a few other agencies. Because Lord knows there's quite a few talents who need to see this.
I agree. I feel like talents don't know their rights at this point. But yeah, I really feel like contacting YouTube, like tattling on them on YouTube might be a good angle to get these big agencies with big enough fan bases reported and demonetized. So that is a good thing that I learned from this unfortunate experience. But in MMP's case, he wasn't able to get help from YouTube immediately. So that was an avenue he stopped exploring. Next, he reached out to lawyers. But unfortunately, he couldn't take action because he couldn't afford it. It was $1,000 just to start with a lawyer, and they were looking at $10,000 total if he wanted to sue. So what happened? we have the next video in the saga where MMP has a follow-up. And 2 days after he uploaded this, Power TV, again, when I said they have total control over his YouTube channel, they took the video down, but in the original video, MMP said to re-upload this wherever you can. So his audience did. His audience kept re-uploading this wherever they could. So even though the original got taken down, the news was spreading. 2 days after that, he was threatened for breaking his NDA, but then I guess they figured something out that they couldn't sue him because they changed their mind entirely and released his channel immediately. Let's see if I can find that. I didn't write down the timestamp. Let's see.
Weeks ago, and unfortunately it wasn't able to get the kind of traction.
No, hold on. Maybe it's here?
If they had anything to say about the situation. I know that Ethan, H3H3, was asking...
No, this is Ethan. Okay. Where's the point where he got released? I'm sorry.
At first, when they privated the video,
Oh, okay.
they
Here
were
we go.
saying that they take the confidentiality and disparagement very seriously. And then shortly thereafter, when it really started to get the ball rolling, they quickly changed their tune, and I got another message. They announced that they were going to be releasing me within 10 minutes, which they ultimately did. And they also tried to make it seem as though the contract clause, like the rolling effect of the contract, was not intentional, that it was a mistake, sort of a typo, which I know for a fact to not be the case, as I showed in the original video. As soon as things started going wrong between Alex and I in the beginning of October, or not really started to go wrong, but started to go seriously wrong when I understood the gravity of the situation, as I showed in the first video, he told me flat out that he wasn't going to release me from a further year from that date. I forget the date off the top of my head. I'll probably screen cap it when I post this, but I believe it was October 7th or something like that.
Okay, this is really important. In abusive agencies, they will just full on lie to you and say like, oh, it really wasn't like how you remember it. Oh my gosh. If you ever find yourself in any kind of agency situation, first of all, screenshot everything. I regret so much. The worst agency I ever worked for, I was so done and I didn't want to see the channel anymore that I made for myself that I literally just deleted everything, and I regret that so much. I regret that I didn't screenshot things before I deleted everything, because December of this year, baby, my NDA expires. And I really wish I had all the screenshots to go along with my story. I have contracts, I have documents, but I do not have screenshots. Yeah. So, keep your screenshots if you ever find yourself in any kind of agency situation, so that you can double check that your memory is correct and no one can gaslight you into thinking it's different. Okay, so he got out. He got out of the situation. But unfortunately, in Alex's case, pretty soon after this, he stopped uploading entirely. he stopped uploading entirely, and it was so... And that makes me really sad, because I stalked this man on social media just a little bit, and I can't speak for him. I can't speak for MMP, can't speak for Kevin here. I think he burnt out after this. I think this whole situation burned him out. Very similar to my worst agency experience burned me out. It's really sad. This ruins, like, your creative drive entirely sometimes. Yeah. Now, here's the scary thing, guys. Power TV is still a thing. I think someone earlier talked about how, like, now this practice has just moved to TikTok. Power TV is still a thing. They just go by a different name now. They go by their parent company name, Scale Lab. But they're very much a thing. They just, instead of YouTubers, they work with influencers. Yeah. I'll show you their website. They're still a thing. They still work with people. Here's their website. Thank you for the donation. Let's hear
Jordan
it.
Brown, Warwolf, super chatted $5. Sadly, not everyone is as meticulous about keeping receipts as our lovely Bostonian Foxu.
Yeah. I know. I should have kept receipts. Of course, a different name, classic maneuver. Yep. Is that good or bad? Oh, rebrand and continue. Yeah. Rebrand and continue. Look, they just work with influencers now. As long as there's new pastors with people who are just starting as content creators and don't know how better, they'll keep going. Yep. And recently, Scale Lab got into more controversy. So, I'm not going to go through all of Scale Lab because it doesn't really matter. And we've already gone for quite a bit. But this still happens. They just find new people to prey upon. And I feel really, really bad for Kevin here, MMP. That this basically, even though he got his channel back, this basically was the beginning of the end for him. Yeah. The company graduated and reincarnated. History repeats itself again. Yeah. It's really sad, because I was in the same boat as him last year, after my terrible agency experience. Which you guys will hear in detail, eventually, when my NDA expires. Okay. So, MMP really did have a good heart, though. I mean, he's not dead. He still has a good heart. But he was trying to raise legal fees for a creator fund for people who end up in these bad MCNs, to have a legal fund to hire lawyers to get out of it. Very, very sweet. Very, very, you know, him and his community, I feel really bad that this kind of ruined it for them. But yeah, this whole small MCN is just abusive story is pretty much my story in terms of the kinds of agencies I've worked for. Yeah. Okay. So after that, it's like specifically the petty behavior. The petty behavior of the CEO, the I'm not gonna let your channel go, I'm gonna abuse the group chat system we have going on to control the narrative. All of that is so VTuber agency, it makes me want to cry. It's awful. It's awful. Okay. So we're gonna go on to the last video I have before we watch a bow and a random clip, and then we're gonna do our full compare and contrast. The monster never truly dies, it just hides away and sheds its skin. Yeah! Truly. Okay. This is from a small creator, and I already had the idea for this video when I found this video, and I was like, wow, a VTuber already covered this, but they're a small creator and this really needs more love. So please go follow Loot Goblin Caravan. Give this video some love because he's got some great insight. And I really want his channel to grow. So please do follow them. We're going to hear his commentary on why he believes that VTuber agencies are the new MCNs and scams. And I'll be pausing and kind of giving my thoughts as well.
For the most part, when I see a VTuber, it's usually in like a YouTube short where it's just a funny clip highlight moment, and I just consider them like any other content creator. Recently, I keep seeing a ton of videos about the Stokey Bird situation, and after watching a couple videos, I shared my thoughts by saying, VTuber agencies are the new gaming multi-channel network scam. If people are bending over backwards to get you in their agency, it means that you already have what it takes to make it big. They just want to take a cut before you realize your own self-worth.
Let that sink in. That first paragraph. Loot Goblin's doing a great job already. If people are bending over backwards to get you in their agency, it means you already have what it takes to make it big. Your self-worth is just not there. And they see an opportunity to prey upon your low self-worth. You see that? Huge, huge.
I get as a content creator, the promise of a reliable paycheck is something that feels impossible, and these agencies promise it.
Sorry, every paragraph. I'm so sorry. But this is so true. People don't think like, oh, making it as a streamer, that's risky. But if I join an agency, suddenly the risk is minimized. That is not true. That is not true, especially if your agency has less subscribers than you do. Okay? It is not... You're already legitimized. You just don't see it yourself. You're already legitimized. Okay? The fact that you show up and you stream makes it legitimate. Yeah. Is it legitimate source of income? No. But neither is joining an agency. They're taking a cut of your income. There are very few agencies that actually pay you. Yeah. What applies to an agency that doesn't apply to yourself? Exactly. This is so good. Thank you. I'm so glad. I hope that these videos are helpful. Okay. Here we go. Let's let Loot Goblin finish. I'm so sorry, Loot.
Agencies promise it. There were a lot of well-known creators that fell for these promises back then too. But there is nothing these agencies can offer you that you can't get on your own and for a lot cheaper. Don't.
Agreed. Now that models are cheap, now that you can hire your own indie team, in the long run, hiring your own team, buying your own model, if you can afford that upfront, it's gonna be better for you. Holotowns are salaried employees, aren't they? Yes. The salaried, the stipend agencies that I know of are Hololive, VShojo, and it used to be that Idol also had a stipend. I don't know about now. I don't know about Niji Sanji. I don't know. So, yeah. Is it stipend or stipend? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Stipend pronunciation.
Stipend.
Stipend. I was correct. Okay. Whew. Whew. Yeah, it's like if the agency isn't making enough money via money, the talent is making, they're gonna bust out. Or go bust. Bust out. Oh gosh.
Sell yourself short. Ultimately, a lot of these people are predatory publishers, and I was surprised to find that that wasn't the sentiment that a lot of people had. Some people really do like these agencies. Look,
Agency fans are, I think, the main reason why this is still going. I'm not blaming you, agency fans, okay? I'm not blaming you, because the Disney magic is real. But I feel like, at least with the last company that I worked for, I was baffled that people were still supporting the agency monetarily after everything came out. After I left that agency, it was still going, and I was just like, how is it still going? Yeah. I think Disney magic is the right way to say it. Disney is horrendous, yeah. Everything shown about Niji makes me believe they don't give a stipend. Perhaps not. Yeah. I don't like agency very much. The only one I don't hate is VShojo because of the rescue of talents. Yeah, I genuinely think that VShojo has helpful people in the company. I can't say about the whole agency itself. I would like to work for VShojo. If I have to be in VTuber agency land, I would like to work for VShojo myself. Even rescue can be abused. Oh, hi, Squeegee! Yammering time! It is Yammer time. Rescue can be abused with people looking for help, yeah. I'd like to hope that VShojo is doing a good job, but who knows? I mean, everyone seems happy now. But there was a time where there was a lot of VTubers who were leaving VShojo and their reputation was in the trash. Corporate fans baffle me too, not even in VTubing, people defending Nintendo. It's because they want to believe that the thing they enjoy the content from is 100% pure. And let me tell you, that is impossible. It is impossible that the thing you like is 100% unproblematic. And you don't have to have, like... I think that's a very Twitter take. Is like, you have to justify the thing you like as being a saintly thing. No. People are flawed. The systems in place are flawed. So why does it need to be like, liking something doesn't mean you completely align with the values of the people who made it and the things that are happening with the company that owns the thing you like. Yeah. So just be like, hey, I can acknowledge that the company that owns the thing I like has flaws. And then that's it. Go back to liking the thing. Go back to supporting the VTuber. And don't feel guilty about it. Just enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah, the big sus thing about VShojo is how big of a cut they take and what investors will do in the future, yeah. Be wary of propping up VShojo as a holier-than-thou company because I feel like it's very possible in a couple of years the talents will come out about the horrible working conditions. Yep. Yep, don't idolize companies. Yeah, World of Warcraft, but Blizzard. Exactly. I love Zelda. But Nintendo sometimes. Join FaZe Bat Lady? No. Guys, that's cool, but I'm not gonna join an agency, and I'm definitely not the right person for FaZe Connect. Death of the Author. I am a strong proponent of Death of the Author, and I think it starts from me being a classical music major. Guys, all the big musicians in history, they were jerks. They were horrible. They were abusers. They were not good people. Some of them even were, like, you know, not, like, they had huge things that, like, huge things about them that I have moral qualms with, but I'm still gonna enjoy their music. So, yeah. I definitely believe in death of the author, and that's controversy, and it's okay if you don't believe in it, but I'm a huge proponent for it. It's like eating McDonald's. We know there's nothing cool about the corporate side, but that's not gonna stop me from eating my nuggies. Yeah, just enjoy things. Life's too short. Feel like that's a lot of corporate fans. Their intentions of continuing to support Corpo is to support the talents and everyone involved with honest work. Yeah. Yeah. I've waited to say this phrase for years. The best agency is no agency. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like if you, off the record, if you were able to, off the record, survey talents that have made it in a VTuber agency and ask them, if you could keep everything, would you go indie? I think a lot of them would say yes. Not all of them, because again, I still think 10% of them really appreciate the support, and especially if they're one of the golden children of the agency, they are getting the support they want. But if there was a way to anonymously survey a lot of VTuber agency talents, I believe a lot of them would say, if I could take everything, if I could take the audience, take the model, take the content I've made out of this agency and go independent and hire my own team, I would. And I think that's telling, you know? Yeah. Even if Yam wanted to join an agency, it's literally audition sewer slide to say you're auditioning. Yeah. I wouldn't have to audition. Here's the sad reality, guys. The only places I would need to actually audition for would be V-Shoujo, Niji Sanji, etc., etc. I get scouted by these tiny little agencies all the time. All the predatory tiny agencies, they come to me and they ask me to be a part of their company. And I was like, I think you've only seen my subscriber count. Because I don't think you watch my content. Because if you watched my content, I don't think you would want me in your agency. Yeah. Yeah. There's a huge brick wall of issue that indies keep crashing into. Merch companies not delivering. Yeah. There's little to no consequences for leaving a company. Everyone would leave and the company dies. It just makes sense. Yes. Same with some climate change stuff. Yeah. All you can do is just, I don't know, enjoy the content, support the people, but don't support the agency. Be very vocal when agencies mess up, even if it's a company you genuinely think is doing okay. I think Hololive, you know, has made some mistakes, even though I think Hololive is neat. And I think Hololive definitely has, like, its merits and reasons why people who want to be a VTuber idol would join. I think they've made a lot of mistakes. And I think we need to, like, acknowledge that as fans. You know? Call them out when we see it so that they will change instead of being, like, supporting them unconditionally. Yeah. Okay, let's keep listening to Loot Goblin.
It's hard to be a content creator, and it's even harder to get a reliable paycheck from it.
Yep.
There is no certainty. You can have a video take off 1 week, and then the next video completely flops. And if you have bills lining up, it can be a very stressful thing. And back in the infancy of YouTube, there were multi-channel networks promising stuff like, you know, a 2 CPM. And for people who didn't know if their next video would hit that mark or be demonetized outright, they happily took the deal. What ended up happening though is eventually YouTube got better at monetizing this gaming channel content, and the CPMs very regularly would go over $2. But the multi-channel networks would never give the creator anything past the $2 because that's all they guaranteed, and they'd pocket, the rest. And would they give them some graphic design support? Would they give them a little bit of exposure through their network? Yeah, sure.
This is true. Oh my gosh. I feel like when agencies smell money, they're going to nickel and dime you, and they're not going to give you better splits to keep you. They're not going to do anything. They're just going to be like, okay, we're making money now. We're going to continue with our bad rates and milk it for what it's worth, because they're thinking like immediate gratification, instant return on investment. That's what they're thinking of. And the other thing about like, are they going to give you some networking and graphic support? Yeah. Every single management job I've had, I feel like I try to give talents as much support as I possibly can. I've even burnt myself out doing that. But realistically, the more talents that pile up, it's like, okay, I can help you with this one thumbnail this month, and that's how much support I can give you. And I feel really bad about that. I felt so guilty. I felt so guilty when, like, I had 10 talents under my belt, and I was like, okay, I can get you art for this thumbnail, and see you next month. That's horrible. That's horrible. And it felt like my fault. But in reality, like, now that I'm out of that situation, I realize it was not my fault. It was the fact that we were understaffed and over-promised. Yeah. Right. Criticism can come from a place of love. I agree. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
But the content creators' incentives to grow were kind of stranglehold by a hard cap on whatever CPM that they negotiated with their multi-channel network. There's a piece of advice that Thor has from Pirate Software that I think touches upon this issue nicely, and is just general good advice when it comes to publishers.
Publishers contacted you, and you're getting, they're talking to you about numbers and limits and stuff like that. Most publishers want 30 to 70% of your income from your game. 30 to 70%. Some of them want 100% upfront until they recoup their costs of marketing your game. The question that you need to have answered, this is the most important question, is, will their help lead to profits above and beyond the revenue cut that they're taking? If the answer is no, or the answer is I don't know, you don't need a publisher.
Replace publisher with agency, and I 100% agree. That's kind of what makes HoloLive worth it for a lot of people, is because you know you're going to get that return. You're going to get profits above the revenue increase that... Sorry, you're going to get profits above the revenue cut they take. You're going to benefit more. So if you can handle the work environment, if that's what interests you, then yes. But anywhere else, I don't know.
That's it. If they're not going to make you more money than they cost, they are worthless. And if you don't know if they can make you more money than they cost, they are worthless. Walk away. If they don't have an action plan that shows you that you will generate profit and how they're going to do it, and it makes sense to you, then it's not going to work. It's the same in the book publishing world. It's the same in the everything publishing world. Do not get scammed, because your game will die before you even get it off the floor.
Your game will die before you ever get it off the floor. Your VTubing career will die before you ever get it off the floor. I agree so hard. I agree so hard. I don't want people to burn out and get abused and have VTubing ruined for themselves forever because of a decision they made, hoping for profits when really they were being taken advantage of.
Now, I'm not going to pretend to speak for him on this specific issue, but this is generally good advice. Record labels have screwed people for the same reasons. Multi-channel networks has screwed people for the same reasons. The basic idea is if this agency cannot explain what they can do for you, that's a guarantee past what you could probably do on your own, it's a sign that it's going to be a bad contract. And
I feel like when I say history repeats itself, I think this is like eye-opening to me, that this has broadened my worldview to realize that this is just how the world works. And I think to think any way different is naive. And as we react to my old videos on Yammer Time, you are going to see the naivety that I started with. I started VTubing so naive to how this works, and how the entertainment industry works, and how getting published as a creator works. And now I feel like the wool has been pulled off my eyes, and I have to, like, come to terms with how reality is. But I don't want to be a doomer about it either. I don't think being a doomer solves anything, and I definitely think that there are positives to see in this world. It's just these publishers, multi-channel networks, VTuber agencies are promising something that doesn't exist because they can profit off of these promises. Yeah. False promises.
people talk all the time about, oh, it's the networking, oh, it's the infrastructure, and yeah, that could be true. But are there any barriers stopping you, yourself, from achieving the same level of success? That right there is really the only question you need to ask yourself. Are you able to do this on your own? Or was this agency the only reason you made it? I'd argue for a lot of these creators, that's not the case.
Now this is tough. Because I feel like there's so many creators that are as we'll just take PewDiePie for example, because I think he's like the most famous example of an MCN gone wrong, and he's also in the thumbnail. I genuinely feel like, is the agency the reason why you've got success? That's a hard question to answer. Because I feel like there's so many undiscovered people who will make content for 10 years. They're brilliant. They're so good at their craft by year 10. And they're still not past the 100 subscriber mark. And that's not their fault. And one could argue that if they joined a MCN, that could have gotten the ball rolling. But it also could have squashed them. I think the best way to say it is it's a huge risk that could potentially not pay off. Kind of like how some people, honestly, I don't know how familiar you guys are with like multi-level marketing. Some people do make money in multi-level marketing structured companies, but the majority of them lose money. I don't really want to start an off-topic about a VShojo member, but get the whole story first, and if you feel like she's still the worst offender, good luck, I guess. Am I missing something? I feel you. I feel disillusioned with a lot of stuff as of late. College is the same way. They sell you a promise that isn't even real anymore. I see this as someone who's in college right now. Yeah. I know. I think, unfortunately, a lot of the young generation, me included, were told that stability in this world exists, and we are learning that stability in the world does not exist. And we have to come to terms with that. Oh, okay, responding to someone in chat. Oh, fruit drama. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna address the fruit drama. It's all good. It's all good. So yeah.
If anything, these agencies are the reason that they'll never make it long term. Because the way the contracts are set up, yeah, they might help you up front by giving you a VTuber, giving you all the graphics you need to make the perfect YouTube channel with the perfect Twitch banner, and all those fun emotes. It's a lease. You're on borrowed time and you don't even have full control of the IP that you currently operate.
It is a lease that is on borrowed time, and you don't have full control. That is the best way to say why an agency is a risk. Business and profit making is risky. Even with the most simple trading goods, it's risky, but bad intentions ruin everything. We can't have anything. Yeah.
There will be a day where you want to dive into something or try something experimental that's fun that you will not be able to because of the contract that you've set up. And when you want to step away, it's like you're starting off all over again. Sure, you'll have the experience, but I'd argue you could have earned that all by yourself. Which goes back to my original sentiment of don't sell yourself short. I still regularly get emails about me joining people's multi-channel networks, and I'm still surprised this scam's around. The only time someone offers you something legitimate is if they come in and say, hey, I have this piece of business right here that I want you to have. We're going to do a revenue split. At least then you know the person is bringing you something that you didn't have yourself, and when you guys part ways, you still own everything about your channel.
I agree. So, first of all, know your worth. Treat yourself when going into like business opportunities like you already have 1 million subscribers. Honestly, that's like the confidence trick I do. And unless they can offer you something that you don't have and the risk on your end is minimal and you're not going to lose everything, only then should you even consider an opportunity, in my opinion. But I feel like the way VTuber agencies are set up, that's not going to happen until we see, like, the current business model die off pretty much completely. The current business model, and I've talked to a lot of CEOs, the current business model is awful, in my opinion. It's the, oh, we're gonna help creators follow their dreams by giving them everything they want, and in return, they have to do everything I want. It's not healthy. And it specifically, they specifically, whether intentionally or not, look for naive people who don't know their own self-worth. And they convince us that having the agency tied to your name means you have more prestige and you're worth something. You were worth something before the agency. You using a free Vroid model and streaming to an audience of 0 were worth something. Okay? Yeah. Something a villain in a fairy tale would do? Yeah. I've been going hard in the believing myself and my value too. They have to convince content creators that agency is needed. Here's a fun fact. Agency VTubers are all really young. The majority of them are very young. And if you have an agency VTuber over 30, chances are there's only 1 or 2 of them, and they feel like they're kind of babysitting all these 19 and 20-year-olds. Reason being is because that's kind of who joins agencies. Really young people. Yeah. It's not good. It's not good. We all gotta be careful. Yeah. Self-worth is really hard as a creator when you're starting out, since you have to recognize that a lot of people or a lot of the stuff you create is going to be subpar because that's part of learning. Yeah, it is hard. I agree. I feel subpar right now because I'm trying to switch mediums from videos to live streams. And because I'm not good at being live and staying focused and giving articulate commentary live, it's something that I have to not compare to my videos right now, because if I compare it to my videos, I'm going to see how subpar it is to the kind of content I have been making. But I have confidence that streaming is valuable to me, and I have self-worth outside of streaming. Specifically because it fulfills my own goals. This fulfills my goals of having a hobby that is creative and educational. So, no matter what number is on the viewer count, no matter how much revenue I get from this, it's fulfilled my specific goal, and it has worth in my mind because it already accomplished what I wanted to accomplish. What if you know that you're worth a decent amount, but you don't have the resources to make it on your own yet? Would joining an agency be a smart option? Then no. Do you have a computer? Do you have a webcam? Okay. You can be a model VTuber with tracking. Do you have a computer, but you don't have a webcam? Okay, you can be a PNG tuber. For free. For free. There is no reason to join an agency for the resources. No reason. If you're joining for the model, that's just wrong, because there are free models that look better than agency VTuber models. There are free models out there that look better than agency VTuber models on Booth. Yeah. Yeah, look, Squeegee in chat agrees with me. She's got a free resource video that you can go check out. And it has a bunch of PNG tuber models through Pick Crew that you can customize yourself and export and pop into OBS and bam. Honestly, I thought I'd join agencies for the free PC. Okay. Real talk, guys, the PC isn't free. The PC is not free. I'm gonna zoom in real quick. No company will give you materials and equipment for free if they don't have a way to make money off of it. They are not a charity. They are looking to make money. There is no such thing as free. You're paying for it through a revenue split, and or if you breach your contract, they'll make you pay for it a lot of the time. And then they're gonna hold it over your head that they gave you a free PC, so you need to return their investment any way possible. Okay? Okay. Be careful out there, guys. Free does not exist. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Let's finish out what Loot Goblin was saying.
If people want to buy a sponsorship slot, or if people want to be your regular agent that helps coordinate affiliate deals, by all means, let them do that, as long as you don't lose your voice as a result. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope to see you in the next one. Farewell for now.
There you go. Good job, Loot Goblin Caravan. Let's all go follow Loot Goblin. There you go. Oh, gosh. Okay. Let's see. Oh, of course I know that. I mean, Yurish then getting out if it's bad. I mean, you can definitely make that decision. I wouldn't recommend it. Discord pinging on your end, it was Luke Goblin's channel trailer actually. But what was I saying? Okay, you can definitely, you know, make that decision for yourself. But I wouldn't recommend it. I don't consider it a safe option. And if it seems fun and the agency you're looking for seems to offer a good deal, like a stipend, and the project said that the agency has been making looks for like something you want to be a part of, then yeah, if you have the means to hire a lawyer and negotiate it, and it sounds like a good fit for you, that's great. I just haven't seen it. I haven't seen it personally. Working in the IT gives you a machine. They can and will make it unusable if you attempt to leave. Yeah. Yeah. They'll probably still charge you even if it's been depreciated to 0. Yeah. Again, there's no such thing as free. Definitely. There's always some sort of catch. And I understand. I understand the, especially in countries that are not the United States, which I'm very thankful to be a part of, and I'm privileged to have the means of having a PC. But that's just reality. You need a PC to be able to stream. And, you know, the rest can be found for free. The rest can be done for free. PC is the main cost of being any kind of content creator. And you know what? I have even told people before you even have a PC, you can have a smartphone. You can put the PNG on your voiceover through CapCut on your phone, and you can even be a VTuber from your phone. You just probably can't be a live VTuber from your phone with tracking, but that might be a thing. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's not worth it joining an agency, because if you can't afford the PC on your own, you're not going to be able to afford the legal costs of being in an agency. Devil's advocate, the same can be said for making content yourself. I made it yourself. 90 hours spent, tears and sweat, hair loss. The ratio gets worse the higher your day job pays you per hour. That is a good point. But I don't know. I consider all that making stuff the point of VTubing. Maybe that's just me. But the creating the stuff for the stream is part of the hobby. Yeah. Also on the networking side, sometimes things just happen. The way I got into VTubers and VTubing is because of a flesh tuber I've been watching for a really long time, made a video on the topic he was passionate about. VTubers started reacting to it. He got 1 collab, and now he's done 3 merch drops for VTubers. That's awesome. Yeah. There are YouTube clippers who do all their editing on mobile, so check it out. Yeah. Where there's a will, there's a way. There's an agency starting up in my home country that has a lot of things I'm interested in. They offer stipends instead of depending on revenue split. One thing I found interesting is that they don't seem to do generations or waves, but factions. Interesting. Well, in that case, I would, if you're interested in auditioning, I would audition. And then the first thing I would ask them is where their revenue is coming from. Yeah, if I don't have the passion for the content I want to make, it's just not reasonable. Exactly. Hello, Yam. Didn't expect to stream today. Definitely following you on Twitch after the collab concert last month. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Indie or corporate, any effort you put in can yield no results. That's just how it is. Yeah. Yeah, part of the hobby is very important to decide if you want to do it as a hobby. That might just make money. As a business, it'll change how you approach agencies and contracts a ton. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we have now gone through the MCN comparison. Now that we've gone through that, I'm going to show you 2 clips, and I'm sure if you're like, you've got your finger tight on the pulse of like VTuber behind the scenes stuff, you've probably seen both these clips. The first clip is Bao the Whale talking about how many agencies have closed and the reason they have closed. We're not going to watch the full clip. It's 17 minutes long, but I'm going to watch the start of it. Just to show you the state of VTubing right now.
I'm gonna do this real quick, okay? Go on. All right, let me go off. I'm gonna go off real quick. All right? Because I have so many opinions, and I know no one asked for them, but I'm gonna give them to you anyway, all right? I saw that, once again, another VTuber agency dissolved. I've seen a ton of them come and go, but like this one in particular had so many of my friends. It was almost, it was like kind of baffling. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, I didn't realize you guys were trapped in here for the last like year and a half. Jesus Christ. I made this tweet and I was just talking about how like, hey, you know, after us seeing so many of these failed business models in indie VTubing, you know, you would figure that one of these CEOs would realize that, hey, maybe something isn't working.
Oh my gosh. How many CEOs have I talked to? So I do consultations for VTuber CEOs, VTuber agencies. I do consultations where I'll go to an agency that I don't work for personally, and they'll pay me to advise them on anything certain. How many of them have I talked to that have presented me, have pitched me with an idea of a VTuber agency that just sounds exactly like the other agencies that are failing? And I'm just like, okay, so what I recommend is finding something to differentiate yourself from, you know, if that means giving up debuts, if that means, you know, maybe doing a co-ed thing, if it means finding a niche that's not variety streaming. And every single time, well, not every single time, there's been like 2. There's been like 2 that had different ideas, but every other time, they're like, but I really like debuts, but I really like the group song, but I really like variety streamers. That's why I'm starting this agency in the first place, because I really believe that variety streamers are awesome. But I really only want female talents. And they whine to me as if I'm making these rules, and I'm like, okay, well, good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Maybe debuting multiple waves and gens of VTubers isn't gonna work. What if we just debuted one central group and focused all of our resources to build a strong brand, to establish a loyal fan base, to push out innovative content that no one's ever seen before in the VTubing community? What if we did that? What if we actually tried to make each individual talent grow, as opposed to just shitting out a bunch of really rushed projects and hope that one of them sticks on the wall when we throw it at it?
It's because
I wasn't even going to say anything about this.
I can tell you why. It's because a lot of these CEOs, they've got gacha game brain rot. That is actually the reason, and I wish I was kidding. It's because they have gacha game brain rot, that bunch. They themselves feel like they need new waifus, which is why they do another freaking gen. I wish I was kidding, but I'm not. It's true. It's because of the gacha game brain rot. Have you noticed how similar advertising for agencies is for gacha games? They feel like they need a new gacha game event, which is why they find a new gen, because they need new waifus, especially because the first gen is already dissatisfied with them, so they need a new gen to be on their side because they like the honeymoon phase when the talent just got signed on. Okay, we can continue.
But then, chat, let me go into my replies. I joked, okay? I was just joking. Someone asked, what the fuck is a Vertex? I don't know. It's the latest agency to go down. A ton of my friends are affected. It sucks really fucking bad. Basically just a huge scam, okay? And I sarcastically said, I don't know, like the 20th agency to go bankrupt this year. Someone actually made a list of agencies to shut down this year, and Vertex really is the 20th VTuber agency to announce that they are shutting down this year. This is the full list.
Okay, let's go see the full list. I found the full list for y'all. This is the full list, baby. Here we go. Kawa Entertainment, Real Corp, Amberglow, Akio Air, Prism, Project Kawaii, VC, Voice Ore, Yume Plus, Heaven Rent, Next Stage, Digikaji, Mito Entertainment, AN, Project Kawaii, V Reverie, Aoi ID, Nexus, Aurora Live VR, Vertex. And this was December of 2024. There's two more that already said they're closing since then. Guys, it's... Guys, we need to stop this. We need to stop this. We need to stop.
Of VTuber agencies that have shut down this year. Kawa Entertainment, Real Corp, Amberglow, Akio Air,
okay,
Prism, Entertainment, VR agencies, okay? Not everyone got to get their IP back, all right? So the time that you spend under these botched agencies, I use that word because that's what happened, all right? You spend all that time building your IP, building your brand, building brand recognition. Your face is your model, okay? And once you leave that brand, your model, everything that makes you you, you have to start all completely over. And
okay. I'm gonna say something that I didn't feel initially. And it's a sad thing. I'm so sorry for being a doomer. I used to think like, oh, I don't know, just leave and start over as an indie. And your audience will follow. I don't feel like that's the case anymore. I don't feel like many creators have the luxury of leaving and starting over with a different model and a different IP and retaining their audience. Our content consumer brains are so shallow. And it's not your fault. Okay? It's just how our content consumer brain is. When... like, I can say that there's a different audience for Kiryu Coco versus Keisan. Yes, she found another audience, but it's different. It's a different audience. And there is a very real risk that you leave your model, you leave your IP, and a lot of your audience doesn't follow you. And it's really sad. So it's not something that I think I used to have the attitude of like, oh yeah, you could be in an agency for a year and that'll jumpstart your career and then you can leave and bring all that indie. I don't believe that anymore. After last year with the amount of friends in agencies that went indie, I can say that a lot of them lost their audience. And it's really sad. And there's been a lot of people who are like, yeah, I used to watch we'll use Selene as an example. I used to watch Selene back when she was in Niji Sanji, but I don't know, I just didn't keep up with Doki Bird. That's a lot of people, and it's like it's just because they were a casual viewer. It's not their fault. It's because they were a casual viewer. And they might not have even known what happened to Selene. They didn't traverse Reddit to see, oh, it's Doki Bird now. Does that make sense? Casual viewers won't follow you. I mean, I can say firsthand, even as an indie who rebranded from Lorelei Alto to Yam. There's some people in the VTuber sphere that were friends with Lorelei Alto who don't know what happened to Lorelei, and then they discover me like 4 years later. And they're like, oh my gosh, you're Lorelei? And I'm like, yeah. Especially because I don't do the character voice anymore, so it's harder for people to find me. So, I'm just gonna tell you up front that, like, I legitimately think now that I feel different about, like, just being in an agency for a year and then taking your audience independent isn't a viable strategy anymore. I think being more reluctant to start or to be in an agency is wiser. Yeah. It's not guilty. I mean, I'm guilty of that myself, you say, but I don't want people to feel guilty. It's human nature, you know? But ironically, it's funny because I watch more Randon and Doki Bird than I ever watched their agency personas, just because I feel weird watching agencies VTubers now. Unfortunately. Yeah, also because often it'll come with a persona shift as well. Yeah, because they were playing a character for the IP that they had. Being real, most people probably get the intel on PLs from YouTube comments. That's funny. Finding where someone went to, or even finding out if they went indie at all, can be difficult sometimes. Yeah. 1.5 years later, and there are besties still just finding random now. Yeah, exactly. Mostly watch indies, yes. Ocus, yes. There was a good strategy. That was a good strategy like 1 to 3 years ago, but I think the market is too saturated for that to be viable. Yeah. Some of that can be due to difficulty in finding them in new identity. Yes. Other part is going indie means losing the interaction with corp mates that can change the whole viewer dynamic. Yeah. Yeah. Lopi plushie. Oh, I'm sorry, Dungeon. But yeah.
That sucks so much ass, okay? Not every VTuber gets massive success when they go back to being an indie. I feel like people say that's the meta. That is not always the meta.
Correct.
Especially when they were a smaller creator to begin with. Not everyone is going to follow you. And with your brand having so much diluted, like all these gens, and it dilutes like the pool of VTubers that the brand attracts, that there is that recognition, that loyal fan base.
Yep.
It won't happen because
exactly. She's speaking facts. Do you feel guilty watching them because they are part of a corpo? No. I feel like because I have been in corporate VTubing, it just reminds me of work. And I also feel like it's harder for me to fall for the Disney magic now. And I feel like watching someone put on a mask when things might not be all okay is something I don't want to watch anymore. It just kind of stresses me out watching corpo VTubers now. Which is a shame because I really used to like watching Hololive debuts, and I haven't even seen the new Hololive debuts. The only corporate VTubers I still keep up with are Holostars. And even they are not very happy with Cover Corp right now. Yeah. Fair enough, but that's also kind of life, if you know what I mean. Yeah. No, I get it. No, I totally get it. Once you see the tactics, you can't turn a blind eye to it, pretty much. And I think they deserve all the success. I'm not saying they shouldn't be a thing, you know. Putting on a mask when things aren't okay. Yeah, but it's definitely more, I don't know. I think I enjoy it more when I see my friends streaming. Like, I really only watch my friends, kind of. And seeing them enjoy their hobby just makes me more happy than watching someone who I know is kind of on the clock doing their job. And that's just my personal taste. And my tastes have just shifted. So, you know. Takes a lot of other good points to convince me to consider playing a character that isn't mine, yeah. Makes sense to me as someone who's been a fast food worker beyond when you're supposed to age out of it, yeah. Think contractual obligations, not to mention your past life, can make things harder, yeah. Yep. So, I don't know. I think I just like the casual energy of independent VTuber. That, I don't know. There's some indie VTubers that have the corpo vibe that I don't like anyways. So it's not like, I think it's the vibe that I'm describing more than the independent or corporate status, if that makes sense. I have a harder time watching VTubers with a big kayfabe, a big character they're playing. And there's indies who play characters amazing. In fact, I have like friends who are like totally playing a character, and I support them so much. But it's not like my favorite content to watch. So, you know. I don't like watching actors play video games, in my opinion. I like watching someone, like, have total candidness on stream. I know that they're not sharing the entirety of themselves, but they're sharing a portion with me, and I like that portion. The corporate vibe you're describing 100% at play, no matter if they're in one or indie, for sure, yeah. It's the profit-motivated vibe check. I'm struggling with it as well because I don't want the resources to feed larger projects that I'm dreaming of, but yeah. Yeah, I think after, like, making it my job and hating that I made it my job, any, like, content creation that reminds me that money is at play just kind of bums me. Not because I don't support people making this their job. It just reminds me of my job I hate. It's not you, like, it's not the people who make money off of content creation are the problem. It's the feeling of having to, it's the stress. The stress of having to make this your job reminds me of the stress I felt. And now I can't enjoy that kind of content. And it's not the creator's fault. And it's not that they're less talented, they're really talented. Yeah. Think it's my own trauma. Yeah. I see a lot of the kayfabe as long as they feel like they enjoy it. I don't watch her a lot, but Herb in Hololive comes to mind. Yeah. The only VTuber that's mainstream enough comes to mind from time to time. That's Gargura, an indie VTuber came to mind more often, yeah. You know how a lot of people enjoy making art when they're young, and then they pursue it as a career and start hating once they love it, because it was a job now. Yes! That's how I feel about VTubing. Okay. So I think that's all we needed to hear from Bao. She gives a lot of good advice, so please, like, watch the full clip. But I just wanted to make the point that, like, all of these are closing and there's no one trying anything new. And that is That is sucky. We really need to, like... I think this era of VTubing is coming to a close, and I think we're gonna look back on this thinking like, oh yeah, just like how we think of like MCNs now. We're gonna think like, oh yeah, that was bad. That was bad that we let all this happen and we weren't aware of it, but now we know better. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I wish I was part of the VTuber boom. I was. It's glorified. It was glorified. It's just very romanticized time, guys. Maybe I'll make a video on the VTuber boom one day, but my time in the VTuber boom was actually worse than my time now. I think now that everything's settled, everything's a lot better. For me. Everything was so uptight during the VTuber boom. Okay. Enough complaining. Alright, let's hear Randon. Here's the last clip of the day, everyone. Alright, here we go. Last clip of the day. Our boy Randon. Our boy! Here he is.
Why do VTuber companies fall? I have to answer this in two parts because the reason why a small startup corpo falls is different from why a big established company would fall. Small companies first. Plenty of scandals to point to. I don't really think those need to be explained in depth. Other YouTube channels have that covered. Instead, let's talk about managers. No one ever seems to talk about how hard it is to recruit and train people to do the behind the scenes work at a VTuber company.
Okay. Full disclosure. First agency I worked for, I got scouted. They said, we think you'd make a good VTuber manager. And I was like, I've never thought of doing VTuber management. And the whole reason they recruited me was because they liked the insight I had in my videos. I'm gonna full disclosure say I didn't do a good job the first VTuber agency I managed. I'm gonna say, like, maybe some of my ex-talents are in the chat. I'm gonna say sorry. I was not good. I wasn't good. I came in so naive, and I said, like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna do all this cool stuff for you guys, and it's gonna be great. And then, like, I was so naive. I did not have good training. I needed to learn a lot about analytics and sponsorships and how it actually works, and it was really stressful to kind of learn that on my own because the CEO basically was like, oh yeah, alright, now that we've got Yam, I don't have to worry about management. That is Yam's division. It was one of those, like, 3-person agencies, so it's like 3 people in a Discord, and I was the third. So I was just like, what? What do you mean I'm all alone? What do you mean I have to figure this out? So I actually, like, I watched a lot of videos, and I had to train myself. Yeah. But I was so underqualified. I did not know what I was doing. Just because I understand VTubers and I understand the VTuber industry does not mean that I would make a good talent manager, because I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah. I think it's messed up that they brought you in with little to no understanding of the job. I don't think it's your my fault. Not my fault, but I'm telling you, this is the way the industry works.
A good manager needs years of well-developed soft skills to keep their assigned talent from being overwhelmed with busy work. Being overwhelmed leads to burnout and everything that entails.
Okay. Sorry, Randon's going fast. There's a lot of the VTuber management that I was bad at. Part of it was that I understood the responsibilities that it came with to be a VTuber, but what I didn't understand was how much extra is on an agency VTuber, because you have this quality that needs to be, this quality and this demanding schedule that needs to be upheld. And if I don't actively come after a talent and offer to do something, they're not going to ask me what they need. That is generally, like, these workaholic VTubers, they often will be, like, self-starting, and when I come into my first mistake was I would, like, come into a meeting and be like, okay, what do you need? And then the VTuber in our 30-minute meeting would be like, I don't know what I need. And then I was like, okay, so I guess you don't need anything, see you next week. Oh my gosh, Yam, why did you do that? And why? So I quickly learned to be very invested in what my talents were doing and to watch their content and actively be like, okay, so it looks like you're doing a lot of Gundam streams. You know what's, like, next to Gundam streams? Like, other handcrafts. Have you ever considered doing another handcraft? This is an idea I have for you. You can take it or leave it. Okay, now if you're doing that handcraft, this is where you should get it. Like, this is where you could get it. Like, you have to be really invested in what your talent's doing. You have to suggest ideas. You have to be okay when they are turned down. And then you also have to be like, okay, so you're doing a lot of Gundam streams. And you know what's doing better is your Apex streams. And we don't have a VTuber in the Apex niche. Are you interested in doing more FPS? We could try these FPS. Like, you have to be invested and you have to, like, kind of chase after your talent for ideas. And you have to have a lot of ideas because there's going to be things that are, you know, you kind of have to be the Clippy of the VTuber. Like, I see that you're trying to, like, indent a paragraph. Can I help you with that? Because the talent's not going to be like, very few talents in my experience are like, okay, I need these 5 thumbnails. I need to get this game approved. This, and this. A lot of them will come to meetings and be like, I don't know what I want. And then you have to fill in the blanks as the talent manager. And then a lot of the time, you know, a lot of it is, like, also knowing your own talent's personality and working with it, because everyone has a different personality and everyone has a different learning style. Everyone handles criticism differently. And so you have to take notes and be like, okay, so it really helps when, like, I give Hana encouragement on this. But Yuki finds this kind of encouragement unhelpful and she wants more criticism. And so you have to, like, there's so much you have to keep track of, and it's a lot. It's a lot to learn. If you have never, like, if you're someone who is used to managing, like, content creators, it's different for VTuber agencies because they have all this culture, right? And so that would be the learning curve. And even if you don't have, like, if you don't have any experience in managing talents, it's going to be a huge learning curve that's very anxiety producing. I thought I'm just going to be like, okay, let me see your schedule. Okay, your schedule's approved. I'll put it in the company calendar. And like, all that, no. Doesn't work. You have to, like, be proactive in what you offer. And then you have to, before you offer it, get what you're about to offer approved, because if you offer something to the talent and then the upper management says, no, you can't offer that after the fact, guess who gets blamed for that? it's gonna be you, the talent manager. It is on you, the talent manager, to make the agency VTuber feel like the agency is creating value for them. That's all on your shoulders. Isn't that... It's a lot of pressure, and it's a really hard job. Yeah, sorry for the rant. Any advice you would give to aspiring VTuber managers? Oh gosh, I know, I don't feel qualified to do that, actually. This manager section feels like the stuff I was talking about earlier, where the agencies need a whole new set of skills and approaches. Yeah. Yep, even with my current jobs, I take 15 seconds per phone call and load my memories of the clients. Yep. There's also juggling of schedule, a whole new brand skill set. Fun fact. If you get paid by the hour in most agencies, this has been the case in every agency I've worked for, you do not get paid hourly to watch your talent streams, because they consider that an optional thing. It shouldn't be an optional thing, but think about it. Think about how many VTuber agency managers are like, okay, I don't get paid to watch streams, so at most they'll have it on in the background while they do something else they do get paid for. And so, oh my gosh, it's so hard keeping up with every talent. It's so hard keeping up with every talent and all their needs. So a lot of the times I would go based off of thumbnails and patterns rather than watching the entire stream. But that means you don't understand what the talent is trying to achieve, what their strengths, what their weaknesses are. So yeah. I didn't work for the big three though. Worked for many agencies, but not the big three. So could be different there. But seeing, like, listening to these stories, especially random stories, makes me feel like it's the same.
The best managers should also have a keen entertainer sense. They should watch a talent's streams and can offer direct feedback on how to improve.
Yes.
Game choice,
Yes.
short form video ideas, collab opportunities.
Yes.
I actually think that
You need to have a ton of ideas. You need to have a ton of ideas for your VTubers. And you need to know how they best respond to criticism, encouragement.
editor Akashi would be a top tier corporate manager because he does all that and more. And it's hard to find people that can do that. In the Western entertainment industry, talent managers like this get paid $90,000 to $100,000 salaries, at least. I'm guessing that in VTuber corpos, both big and small, talent managers are offered a third of that at best.
I never made that. I never made that. Even at my highest paying job. Yeah. In fact, at my highest paying job, there was an hour cap, the amount of hours I could work, because they paid me by hour, and I could easily go over that cap, but they did not want to pay me over that cap. So I had a cap of hours that I could dedicate to talent management, and that meant, again, focusing on the breadwinners. Unfortunately. I tried to give everyone as much support as I could, but if the breadwinners didn't get the full support, then I would lose my job, so.
This means is that most, if not all of these managers are coming in with zero experience. They have to learn as they go in the most extreme sink or swim environment, and it should be to no surprise that they often end up sinking. A failure to nurture and support talent, which is the manager's job, is the #1 reason why a small up-and-coming VTuber agency fails.
Yep, I agree. I agree with all this. It was so stressful, and it does feel like sink or swim the whole time, especially when you are the manager of a upcoming debut VTuber agency. It feels like the whole world's on your shoulders, and I really feel like upper management is telling you to keep the wool over the talent's eyes until we can make money, and meanwhile, the agency VTubers, when they're first starting out, are like, oh, I can't wait, I just signed on and you guys just promised me this, this, and this, and I can't wait for you to make it possible. So I'm gonna ask you for all this stuff, and you have to somehow, like, be like, yeah, ha, 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 without making them upset. But at the same time, upper management just paid $30,000 on models, and you're the messenger, and you get shot both ways. You're the messenger, and you get shot both ways. I don't think it is a coincidence that every single company I worked for in the past, except for this year, has closed. It's really bad. Yeah. I also think you deserve to cut yourself some slack, though. You tried your best. I did try my best. And not to get, like, too... I don't like to be, like, super transparent about my mental health, but it was so bad for my mental health. I knew it was time to quit my first agency job when I was getting panic attacks before meetings. At that point, I was just like, okay. Time to move on to the next agency, which I did. And then guess what? Guess what happened? Same thing. Same symptoms came back. I've never worked at a single VTuber agency for more than 4 months. That's how unsustainable it is. And the most talent managers I've worked alongside was only 2 other talent managers. Think about how big some of these corporations are and how many talents they have. One of the VTuber agencies I worked for had over 20 VTubers. And I was coming in with having to learn 20 different VTubers, like, content. And even though I didn't, like, work directly with all 20, there was times, because it wasn't organized, there was times where they would come to me with a problem. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, now I have to figure out who you are before I can offer any, like, help. And that's so stressful. That's so stressful. Yeah, it's like a standard performing team, the ratio is max like 1 to 5. But with the talent, I feel like it has to be 1 or 1 to 2 at least until you have assistants that are 1 to 1. My own personal threshold, if I was going to go full-time, my own personal threshold is 5. Full-time. No hourly cap. Sometimes going overtime. Full-time max is 5. To give full support to talents. Which is also why I feel like I can't, like... I mean, I'm gonna keep looking for jobs. I don't think I want to go into independent VTuber management. But if I were to, I feel like my rates would have to be high. And I don't want to charge independent VTubers super big rates. Because I know they're not sitting on capital. That's the problem. This is again why I feel like the agency model is doomed without some kind of major innovation, right? I'm guessing the management is the one that deals with the sudden demonetization issues as well if it happens by mistake. So I did have a talent who was demonetized before, and it was due to swear words. And I did have to, like, communicate that to the talent, and the talent was unhappy. They were like, oh my gosh, but, like, so-and-so gets to swear, and I don't, and I'm just like, look, I'm trying to get your monetization back, because YouTube is currently, like, being a meanie. And then I also had to, like, go to upper management and be like, hey, like, so this is happening, and they're like, okay, well, just make talent Y stop swearing, instead of being like, hey, let's figure out this problem. They didn't even appeal to YouTube. They didn't even help me appeal to YouTube. I wrote the email to appeal to YouTube, and they were just like, well, make talent Y stop swearing. That was their solution. How long was I a VTuber manager? I have been on and off as a VTuber manager since 2022. That was my first job. And I worked for... It depends on, like, I've worked short-term for many, like, over 10 agencies. I've worked short-term for over 10 agencies, and long-term for only 4. So, yeah. How many layers does a corp generally consist of, from VTuber to manager to middle manager to CEO? I can't tell you about the big ones, but the mid-sized ones are usually 3. 3 is the most layers I've had. Yeah. Okay. Manpower is the largest expense. Business owners that don't understand this importance is man. There's a lot of CEOs that just try to manage the talents themselves. There's a lot of CEOs that just try to manage the talents themselves. They're like, oh, yeah, I'll provide the models, and then I'm gonna manage the talents. Until we have enough money to actually hire people full-time. And that is, like, a disaster. It's such a disaster. It's such a disaster. And I have done consulting work for many agencies that are like that. It's a disaster every time. 5, based on what you said, 3 feels like the max if I was in your shoes. Well, I'm kind of a workaholic. Is there any union VShojo style model of business? Not that I've been hired for. Is that Yam? It is. Make it work, upper management. Yep, pretty much. How many already answered that. If I were to join a VTuber agency, what could a talent do to make a manager's job easier and more pleasant? Know what you want. Know what you want. Because it is really hard when I'm managing a lot of talents and they're like, hey, I don't know what I want this week. I don't know what you can help me with. Come to your talent management meetings with a very succinct game plan, with maybe even like a document of things like, hey, so my 2-year anniversary is coming up in 6 months. Now, can we start planning for that? That makes my job so much easier. I had like this huge document of, every time I worked for an agency, I had this huge document of birthdays, anniversaries, milestones, so that I could come in being like, hey, your 2-year anniversary is in 6 months. How can I help you get started? The owner managing talents makes me cringe so hard. Yeah, no. But, I think someone said it a while ago that, like, oh, VTuber managers, I think I even got a little triggered at them, so I'm sorry, but, like, the VTuber managers are providing emotional support for the talents, and I'm just like, no, we're not your therapist, please. Please don't make your VTuber talent or your VTuber manager in charge of your mental health. That is not why we're here. Because our mental health is already bad enough. Yeah, let's see. Do you think there's any hope for more traditional talent agencies like Mythic? I feel like yes, but I don't know enough because I've never worked for one. Any idea of what the better system? Managers assigned to specific talents or having manager team that receives all requests and distributes the workload amongst each other? The problem is, the best system is have more capital. The best system is have more money, and I hate to say it, but a lot of these VTuber agencies just don't have enough money to pay the people they need. Less talents, more managers, and honestly, just better contracts. And even then, no guarantee of success. Just like if you were indie. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Ready? We're gonna keep listening to Randon.
VTuber makes the company, not the other way around. Aside from that, I think that a new VTuber company's success is a race against time to gain traction before the talents lose hope.
It is. Race against time to gain traction before the talent lose hope is the exact way I would describe a startup VTuber agency. Oh my gosh. Half of my job was to just not let the talents lose hope. Like I said, I don't want to be a therapist, but I end up as a therapist a lot. Ideally, a manager, a therapist, and good connections with modelers and artists. There are some, I can't say which ones, but there are some upcoming VTuber agencies that have invested in more HR and mental health resources to talents before they even picked the talents, and I was really impressed with that. And I told them I was really impressed with that. Like, wow, that is very, very kind. That is very kind of you. And I really wish that more agencies would do that. Oh yeah, that was me. I mean, I know it's weird for it to be like that, but the menhera per capita in the space is so high that I think dabbling in some level manager therapist is almost inevitable. I would say agency VTubers have every right to be unstable because it is a horrible job, in my opinion. Like, it's horrible for your mental health. I mean, yeah. You gotta plan for not making money for like 3 years because you're not gonna make any real money until you get brands and partnerships on board. Yeah. Yeah, sorry to be so doomer, but this is the reality I have shared for a long time, and like that is why I've made so many videos on like VTuber agencies not being good.
With a decent viewership of a couple hundred live viewers, a small corpo VTuber is probably not making a living wage after the company takes its split. On top of that, being a streamer in general does often feel like a pure gamble on the YouTube or TikTok algorithm. Put the two together, you're not making enough money to eat or pay your internet bill without help from your family, and your only shot at making your current gig work out is through sheer luck. This is my personal opinion. The minimum bar that a VTuber company should offer to a prospective talent is the ability to become a full-time streamer right out the gate.
Yep. I agree. I think that is the minimum. Like I said, VTuber agency startups just need a buttload of disposable income. Like a buttload. Way more than you think. Yam, can someone hire you for management? I'm currently looking for other work. I want to get out of VTuber management. I'm currently looking for other work. I don't want to do it. I don't consider myself a good manager. However, if the right opportunity came along and I felt like I was a good fit for a channel, I would only take it if I was a good fit for a channel. Like, if someone came to me for, like, ASMR management, I would be like, no, I don't know enough about ASMR. So, I would only take it if I felt like I was equipped to take it. And then again, I also feel like I would have to charge too much for an independent VTuber to afford me in order for me to live. I do live in California. It is a very expensive state. And if I could make more doing minimum wage full-time than I could as a VTuber manager, I would unfortunately have to take the minimum wage full-time because financially, I felt like I was spinning my wheels, working overtime, working as many hours as I possibly could as a VTuber agency consultant manager, whatever else I did. I think I did like art director, yeah. All those things. I was still not making enough money. I still had to take art commissions. I still had to rely on my audience for a lot of my money. and it was just too stressful. I prefer to have, like, a reliable wage, and I don't want to ask a VTuber, an independent VTuber, to give me the same amount of money that my same salary from a corporation. Yeah. No, I don't want to take royalties. I don't want to take a cut of the VTuber's revenue. Nope. Nope. That would involve too many contracts, and then I feel like I'm just an agency at that point. No, not doing it. Sorry. It would have to be like a perfect fit. Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
With a large established fan base, a salary or a stipend. If this is not something that the company can offer, there's very little reason for the VTuber to not just be an indie, especially when there are so many good free models available on Boot. Kind of amazing ones too. Okay, big corpos. Everything I said about small corpos applies to the big ones too, but
okay, this is where I do not have, like, this is where I don't have any experience. But Randon has experience, so we're gonna listen to him, and I'll give my commentary, but at this point, anything I say would be speculation and not experience.
there are challenges that the largest companies face that the small ones do not, so I'm just gonna focus on that. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a single large VTuber company that's gone out of business yet. I suppose whoever was managing Kizuna Eye counts, but if I recall, her IP was sold and shuffled around to multiple sketchy companies over a 3-year period, so that situation probably doesn't count as a large VTuber company as we understand it today. Because there's no real concrete examples, we're gonna do some theory crafting. Let's jump in, huh? I could think of 2 ways that a big corpo would fall. I'll start with the boring way first. Big, successful businesses making tons of money can still go bankrupt. If you're spending more money than you make, is not sustainable, and it will end at some point if nothing changes. It happens all the time. The VTuber company could have a lot of full-time staff on payroll. They could be investing a lot of their money into expensive projects, stuff like that. Listen, it's good to invest money back into the company, to work on new projects that could pay off big. But in the meanwhile, bills still have to get paid. That gap means that a big corpo needs to push increasingly creative or invasive ways to increase revenue. Going down this path also means that only streaming is no longer an option.
This is huge. Only streaming is no longer an option. Streaming doesn't make that much money. And I believe, I'm not going to speculate too much, but like speculation warning, boop, 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 okay, everyone? I believe this is what's kind of happening to Hololive. It's speculation. There's a lot of push recently from Hololive management to have emphasis on things other than streaming and things other than covers. Unless like I'm just misinformed. Covers and streaming don't make money. Covers and streaming don't make money. Sponsorships and concerts and merchandise make money. What has Hololive been pushing a lot more recently? Yeah. And I think that is the reason why there are quite a few talents deciding to part ways with the company. I don't think it's bad blood. I legitimately think that Hololive has to go in a different direction if they want to continue to grow, because streaming doesn't make money. Yeah. They are at a diversify or die point. Yes. I agree. Hololive has always been a tech company, and there's been these attempts to diversify through the metaverse, through social media platforms, and so far they haven't worked. So, yeah. So yeah, I think that is the point where Hololive is at, and they don't really give talents a choice on what they want to focus on anymore. Suise said it herself. They aren't giving you a choice of like, oh, like, do you want to be more of an idol or do you want to be more of a gaming streamer? They're not given that choice anymore. And there's been a lot of girls talking about how they have to be closer to the studio, they have to move away from family, because the mocap studio is what Hololive is currently pushing. So that's another thing you have to take into account, is like, the company can change on you and then you have to, again, part ways and build yourself from scratch again. Yeah. I wish Hololive would start a streaming service for all VTubers, a better alternative to Twitch and YouTube. Here's the thing, Thunder Nugget. I do not think that's a good idea. First of all, platforms are a huge money sink. Making a platform, making a streaming platform, paying for all that bandwidth, huge money sink. Second, they would need advertisers. And to have advertisers, they would need advertisement-friendly talents. And the thing that people like about their talents is that they're not always advertisement-friendly. Third, independent VTubers should not be getting closer to Hololive. They should be diversifying themselves away from Hololive more. Yeah. So it's not even good for independent VTubers to continue to go towards Hololive. They need to diversify and find their own audience apart from Hololive. Now, it could be a good start for some VTubers if they are exactly like Hololive and they appeal to the Hololive audience, but that itself is kind of shooting yourself in the foot if you're applying to the Hololive, or you're appealing to the Hololive audience, but you do not have the support to upkeep Hololive appearances yourself as an indie. Yeah. I really want alternatives to YouTube and Twitch, though, please. I just don't think it would be good for Hololive to do that. For the sake of Hololive. For the sake of cover. For them not going bankrupt. Yeah.
Company has gambled its future on the development of a new product that is equally profitable or even more profitable than their VTubers. The other, more dramatic way a big VTuber company can fall starts with a question. What or where do you think the value of a VTuber company lies? They don't really own anything, right? They don't really produce a product in-house, at least. They usually outsource their merch projects. It's the brand, right? But what the heck is a brand anyway? The brand of a VTuber company is, in my opinion, the amount of trust that its fan base puts in whatever the company is cooking up. Think about that for a moment. You're probably watching this video because you're a fan of some big VTuber company. You guys are what we're talking about when we're discussing a corpo's brand. You are what makes your favorite corpo valuable. So what makes a big VTuber company fall? Simple. Ask yourself, what could my favorite VTuber company do to lose my trust and support? The thing that you thought of just now is one part of the answer to that big question. I have to tell you, I do not envy being the shot caller for these big VTuber companies. After a certain point, the fan base is so big that no matter what decision you make, someone is going to get pissed off and leave. In this situation, if the company makes a move that loses it 1 million fans, that move better have at least made it 1 million new fans.
Yeah.
If it didn't...
Basically, I feel like we are going to have to see a shift in VTuber agency culture because no one likes small VTuber agencies anymore. I think everyone's getting really jaded. I think everyone's getting really jaded towards VTuber agencies, and maybe that's just in my circles. But it really feels like people are just getting jaded to VTuber agencies, and that's what happened to MCNs. to tie it back all the way back to the initial discussion topic, multi-channel networks are now to be... The majority of people know that they're a scam. The majority of people know that they're a scam, and there are very few MCNs that aren't a scam. So now that everyone's aware of that, it's actually harder to make an MCN successful. And it's really, really, like, once people know that, like, your channel's part of an MCN outside of the VTuber sphere, if we're not talking about VTuber agencies, if we go to, like regular YouTube, when someone knows a big corporation is behind your YouTube channel, it's less appealing. I think the same thing's going to happen with agencies. I think people are going to be afraid of getting attached to agency VTubers. And what are agency VTubers or VTuber agencies selling other than getting attached to a certain content creator? I think people are either not giving agencies a chance or are much more willing to turn on ones they trust. Yeah. Yeah, Machinima, Maker Studios, etc. Exactly. What about FaZe? I feel like I am not equipped to talk about FaZe. I feel like FaZe is a whole other beast. And I just don't know enough about FaZe Connect. Putting more money into the pot also backfires hard when it comes to time for the investors to ask for their returns. Where do you see agencies in a couple of years if you can predict it all? Okay, I can predict. There's going to be niche agencies, like the Idol agency, Hololive. There's going to be tech companies that have their own VTubers, like associated with their brand. And then that's it. I feel like everyone else is going to know, like, the only thing that will, like, continue to happen is, like, young naive creators are going to get scammed. But that'll happen less and less as people know. Yeah. Isn't that already happening? It's starting to, yeah. Wonder if they'll bridge. We talking about FaZe Connect coffee, yeah. FaZe Connect looks like a talent agency, but it's only a disguise. Got it. Yeah. Right. I think FaZe is, like, you've got your niches, and I think FaZe has their niche. Hololive has their niche. I don't know what Niji Sanji's doing. I stopped tuning in. VG Bonds, it's very own thing. And then there's, like, VTuber groups. VTuber groups are getting more and more viable. I'm a part of a VTuber group. I'm a part of the VTuber Symphony Orchestra. I play viola for them, and I'm also the art director. Yeah. So, yeah. I feel like the way we know... Yes, I'm... Yeah, I'm plugging BTSO. Here, I'll turn on some music. I think we're done with everything. So... Let me plug VTuber Symphony. This is my VTuber group. Copy. Paste. But yeah, I think VTuber groups are going to get more and more viable. Yeah. Let me brain isn't braining. I'm wrapping it up, but essentially we're all becoming aware to the fact that a lot of these companies are scams. I'm just gonna call them outright scams. And, like, that's I know that's hard to hear, but I think the more that these 20 plus agencies close, the more we can all agree that they are scams. I think if I talked the beginning of 2023 and called all these companies scams, people would be really against me. But now, at the beginning of 2025, I think everyone's kind of seeing that, yeah, these are startups making false promises and scamming people out of their IPs. Yeah. At this point, it shouldn't be hard to hear. Right. Even if not scams mismanaged, exactly. Scam, whether intentional or unintentional. Reach out to Sakana for an interview. He would totally be up for it, or he'd delegate to Dizzy or Tenma. I've applied for FaZe before. That's all I'll say. I've applied. It's okay. You know. I'm trying to get out of VTuber agency management if possible. Oh, hi Kenny. Yeah. So let's like have a little overview before we leave. Right? So, in the 2010s, multi-channel networks, they were very appealing because they made promises to be able to monetize content that wasn't previously monetizable on YouTube. A lot of new creators, because YouTube was a new place itself, there was a lot of young, naive creators who were seeing the YouTuber dream in front of them and really wanted it. Unfortunately, there were more and more of these MCNs that would pop up and make false promises and even purposefully gave people predatory contracts in order to, oh, thank you for the bits. Let's hear.
Theo_imp cheered 100 bat bits, on top of spaghetti, all covered with cheese. I lost my poor meatball when somebody sneezed. It rolled off the table and onto the floor, and then my poor meatball rolled out of the door.
And then my poor meatball rolled right out the door. Thank you for the bits. So essentially these MCNs, they would trap people in predatory contracts with NDAs so no one could know that what they were signing up for wasn't true. And because the entire industry was new and they needed a middleman of sorts to make it more stable, these MCNs got a lot of creators to sign up, and then there was this fallout period in 2015 to 2019, it seems, where people were starting to realize that these MCNs weren't needed anymore, and tons and tons of them were scams. So MCN itself, like especially like with Machinima and everything, it got a bad name. MCNs themselves got a bad name, and people realized they were not needed. So they lost favor because we all grew wiser to them. Now, with VTuber agencies, I believe we're seeing the same exact thing. We are seeing a new wave of content creation that was hard for people to do by themselves. And we saw this big company, Hololive, like Machinima, we saw this big company that promised things, whether intentionally or unintentionally, that you would have this friend group, you would have prestige, etc., etc. Oh, thank you everyone for following on Twitch. We made it to 1K subscribers or followers on Twitch today, so thank you. And whether or not, oh, thank you for the donation.
Greg D super chatted $4.99. If I started a VTuber agency, I'd say, we are offering a model, a bit of clout, and a livable wage. What you do with that is up to you.
That's very admirable, Greg D. I agree. It just takes so much money to do that. And I think people aren't aware of how much money and manpower it would require in order to have an agency that does that. But yes, Greg, you've got the right mindset. So I think we're seeing the same thing with VTuber agencies right now. I think we are seeing that essentially the landscape used to require an agency in order to VTube, because we started this medium of content creation only possible through agencies, essentially. Otherwise, you would be a PNG tuber, a VR chat streamer, but having the face tracking software was a recent development. Now, not only have we seen a lot of scams go through VTuber agencies, similar to the MCN Great Awakening, but we've also seen resources where pretty much anyone with a smartphone and a PC can become a streamer of equal quality to Hololive and Niji Sanji and whatnot. We're also seeing that these companies do not guarantee success. They don't even guarantee a livable wage a lot of the time. So I think we are having a similar history repeats itself moment where we're all waking up that you have to be a lot more careful of these agencies. The naive creators are speaking out, saying, okay, we can't be so naive to this anymore. And we're going to have a similar thing where a lot of these agencies are going to die, except for the ones that are genuinely, like, have a niche that is survivable. Yeah. Looking like the less predatory model for an agency is providing designs, equipment, assets, marketing and management, sponsorship, merchandising, assistance, access to loans to these ends, a service, but that is sort of predatory because it's all optional. Yeah, it's I'll say this. I can see that the agency industry, the entertainment industry as a whole is broken, but I do not have a solution. I do not have a solution on how to fix it, personally. I just want out. Personally, I just think the best thing for me, myself, and I is to move on, enjoy my hobby, and try to find a job outside of that hobby. So yeah. Maybe there isn't a solution. Yeah, exactly. But I'm trying to not be a doomer. The moral of the story is you need to know your value as a creator. You need to only accept business deals that are guaranteed value for yourself. You need to hire lawyers. And you are just as capable of growing by yourself as you are signing on with an agency of zero subscribers. It's literally the same thing. Literally the same thing. Never betray your values, Yam. Always follow your heart and trust your instincts. Thank you. Yeah. Look, VTubing isn't dead, guys. VTubing isn't dead. Hopefully I don't see any bad things on Booth. You know what? I'm gonna cover Booth really quick. Gonna cover my browser really quick just so I don't accidentally show you guys something inappropriate for Twitch and YouTube. Okay, we're gonna go to VTuber model. We're gonna set filter. All ages. Price, 0. 0 yen. Submit. Okay. We're going to bring back up Firefox. Okay, look. Look at all these models. Look at all these models. Look at all these beautiful models you can have for free. There's a million assets to put on your model as well. You can customize a lot of these models to be to your own specifications through Live2D or Vroid. There's very little reason to sign up for a VTuber agency for that. Okay? No. You're all good. You're not being a doomer. It's okay. See. By the way, Yam, what happened to the other things to spend channel points in? I turned them off because I wanted to stay focused today. How does this work? So this is Booth. This site is Booth. And essentially, you sign up, you can download files, and then you can input these models into a tracking software. So if you're going with a 2D model, you can download VTube Studio for free on Steam or on your phone. And then if you're 3D, you can get VC Face, VNyan, Wardo, a few options for you on 3D. Yeah. So, yeah. I would consider, like, doing VTubing as a hobby. I know content creation is something you really want to do full-time. A lot of people want to do it full-time, but I think it's safer to start doing it as a hobby for free than having your dreams crushed and ruined and being in a contract of making content for a year, 3 years when you aren't enjoying yourself, because that'll ruin content creation for you, maybe forever. Yeah. So yeah. That is the topic today. I really appreciate you guys all being here with me through this huge deep dive. 4 hours long. Oopsies. Didn't mean to stream for 4 hours. But yeah. I hope you guys all have a wonderful day. We're gonna say goodbye on YouTube, and then I'm gonna raid out on Twitch. So bye-bye, YouTube. Have a great day, and I will see you guys tomorrow. My boyfriend will be on my stream at 7:30 p.m. PST. Yep. All right. Here we go. Let me see. And stream. And stream. Come on. End. Okay. Thank you everyone who's sticking around for the live over on Twitch. We're gonna go say hi to someone. Oh gosh. How am I live twice on YouTube? How does that make sense? And stream. Goodness. I don't know how I was live twice on YouTube, but I was apparently.